with Buzelwa if we are cooperating. Buzelwa, are we cooperating?
Morning, Chairperson.
Thank you, Buzelwa. Good morning, Honorable Midupi. Honorable members, welcome to our meeting of today of the Select Committee on Security and Justice, where we'll be dealing with the budget for CSPS and strategic plan and annual performance plan, and as well IPIT on the budget, strategic plan and annual performance plan 2026-2027. I here want to welcome you and officially open this meeting with acknowledgement of the Deputy Minister on the call, and as well the Director Executive
Recording in progress.
Support from IPIT with his subordinates and the CSPS Director General ST Sibui and his collective. With that being said, honorable members, we are meeting today against the backdrop of the release of the crime statistics last week. We note that the murder rate has dropped by 9.5%, that there are still approximately 58 murders per day. Just on Monday, we received reports on 6 men who were gunned down in Khayelitsha. Our society is still grappling with the violent crime and crimes against women and children. We nearly half of all rapes occurring in the homes of a victim or perpetrators. This tells us that more intense work and effort need to be undertaken, both by the police, but also by communities to address crime effectively. The policing environment is currently facing many challenges with the information arising from the Malanga Commission and the Parliamentary Ad hoc Committee. The current environment therefore makes the work of the Civilian Secretariat and IPIT even more important as we navigate our way towards having an ethical police service and restoring trust in the police service. The CSPS received a main appropriate of 179.4 million in 2026-2027. The Civilian Secretariat plays an important role in championing and tracking the implementation of the Integrated Crime and Violence Prevention Strategy and the National Action Plan on the Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. Another key indicator of the CSPS is to working towards reducing police crime, corruption, and misconduct through effective, rigorous accountability and monitoring the implementation of IPIT recommendation. It is important for the CSPS to also speak to this committee about the support to community policing forums, as this matter is close to the hearts of our members in addressing crime. On IPIT, IPIT received a main appropriate of 428.6 million in 2025-2026. We are acknowledging the increase of 447.1 million in 2026-2027. IPIT plays a critical role in the current environment of corruption in respect of its investigations and recommendations, as well as the implementation of those recommendations to counter acts of corruption activity and to hold those found guilty of these actions accountable. IPIT's 2026-2027 APPs shows a shift in both mandate and strategic focus, largely driven by the implementation of the IPIT Amendment Act 2024. The Amendment Act strengthens IPIT focus on more serious offenses, including corruption, rape, and death links to police actions. IPIT therefore plays a critical role in addressing systemic police criminality, and we're looking forward to receive the presentation of both the CSPS and IPIT today. With that being said, I officially declare this meeting opened. Can Buzelwa take us through the apologies, and as well, we'll then get to the adoption of the agenda and apologies. Over to you, Buzelwa.
Chairperson, I think the mic might be muted.
Which mic?
Buzawa, Chairperson.
Yes, can you assist Buzelwa? I think Buzelwa has some challenges.
She's audible now, Chairperson.
Can you hear me now? Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Our apologies are from the Acting Minister, Mr. Kashalia, and also from CSPS Acting DDG, Ms. B. Oma. From our members, we've got an apology from Honorable Pala. Thank you, Chair. That's all for today.
Thank you, Buzelwa. Now I'm opening for hands from honorable members for the adoption of the agenda and the apologies as presented by Buzelwa before us.
Chairperson,
Honorable Gerik.
good morning. Sorry, before I struggle to raise my hand, but before we adopt the apologies or accept the apologies, I don't know if the right time now, but can we get a reason why the acting minister is not here? It's continuously now that the minister does not attend our meetings.
Okay, noted. We got a written apology that it's due to family commitment. There's somebody ill apparently in his family, and is due to that reason that he's not present today. Honorable Gerik.
No, well, there's nothing we can do. We got to accept that apology, but it would be prudent when you circulate that apology also on
Okay,
our
we'll
group
do.
so that we know. Thank you.
All right. I think that's what we will do from now on as we receive apologies, because I believe that we read them based on what is submitted through the Office of the Secretary. But I'm taking your counsel that we must continuously circulate these apologies when we receive them. Thank you. Now I'm noting hands for adoption of the agenda and apologies, members.
Chairperson.
Honorable Billy.
Yes. I've had my hand up and I kept quiet, thinking that you will be able to recognize me.
Okay, I didn't see it. Okay.
Yes, Chair, I think the reasoning that you have provided is sufficient. I think in your opening remarks, Chairperson, you expressed how the work of the police is continuously under scrutiny at the current moment, and for the minister to continuously not be in our meetings at such a crucial time, I think the committee must really express concern around that. But of course, as Honorable Gerik has expressed, that we can't do anything about it. But from our side, Chair, I think we must register a concern around the continuous absence of the minister at such a crucial time in the meetings concerning the police. Thank you, Chair. On that note, Chair, I want to move for the adoption of the agenda.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Billy. Your comments have been noted, and I think one must take you in confidence as this committee that I've actually raised the matter as well when I received this apology. But because of this apology, it's beyond the nature and the control of the minister and ourselves. That's when we had to adhere to it. Allow that the deputy minister will then lead the delegation for today. Any seconder for the adoption and the adoption of the agenda, and apologies, members. Honorable Nonkonyane.
Chair, honorable members, and the guests, good morning. I rise, Chair, to second one, to support the apology of the minister is understandable. And secondly, then we actually also support the adoption of the agenda as presented. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Nonkonyane. The apologies and the agenda has been duly adopted and seconded. Now, members, we are now on item, our first item, of which before we start with the item on the briefing by the CSPS on the budget, strategic plan, and annual performance plan 2026 and 2027, I would like to hand over to the Deputy Minister for his. Over to you, Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to you and honorable members. Good morning to the Secretary and the team and the acting Executive Director and the team. I must say that, Chair, we, as the Ministry, we regard appearing before the committee as a priority. That's why we try by all means to be always present. Sometimes even when it's a bit difficult to do so, but we avail ourselves because we value the contribution that members are making. And of course, we hear the concern that you are raising, but I think we should, of course, you have accepted the apology of the minister. He is committed to attend to the select committee's meetings, and I can assure members that he will, time permit, attend committee meetings. But with regard to today, when somebody is not well, you don't plan for that. It just happens, and this is the case that the minister had to stand in and give the necessary support to the family during this hour of need. But we hear what members are saying. We are appearing today to present to you on the budget and strategic plan and annual performance plan for the 26-27 financial year for the Civilian Secretariat for Police Service and the Independent Police Investigating Directorate. As you indicated that we will start with the Civilian Secretariat. I'm with the Secretary, Mr. Sbui, and the team. We did receive your correspondence requesting us to come and make a presentation. And of course, you outlined the areas that you want us to also focus on as we do the presentation of our budget and the strategic plan and the performance plan. We have prepared our presentation in a manner that it responds to those issues that you have identified for both the Civilian Secretariat and the IPID. And without waste of time, let me, through you, Chair, request Mr. Sibui and the team to lead with the presentation of the Civilian Secretariat as you have requested. Mr. Sibui, through you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, DM. We really appreciate your opening remarks, and we acknowledge that the presentation today is tailor-made based on the request by myself from the collective. I would now hand over to Mr. Sibui, and please note that the Sibui, that you must not sleep on the presentation. Bear in mind that we got a presentation this day, but emphasize on issues that you think that you would want to emphasize on, more especially on new indicators, so that members can follow through and take note of the presentation. Over.
Thanks a lot, Chair of the committee, and my greetings to the honourable members of the Select Committee, to Deputy Minister Matale, the Executive Director of IPID, and the team from Civilian Secretariat, DDG Ramaru, and all officials. Chair, the presentation, as correctly outlined by Deputy Minister Matale, deals with the APP for 2026-27, as well as our strategic focus for the 7th administrations. But it will also zoom into provincial performance, and then there are challenges in relation to various issues emanating from budgets, human resource constraints, and probably possible areas of intervention, so that we maximize the performance of provinces to enhance the work of the police in various provinces. Chair, without wasting time, we will just zoom in straight into the presentation, and with your permission, allow our director responsible for strategic planning to lead with the presentation. He will at the end hand over to, without me coming back, to the CFO to just briefly talk to the budget for CSPS for.
Mr. Sibui, we are losing you. Can switch off the video. We have lost you for a minute, I think, a second. Mr. Sibui, members, can you hear Mr. Sibui, or it's me on my side?
No, Chair, we don't hear him.
You're not alone, Chair.
Yes,
Okay.
Chair, we can hear him.
Can the collective from CSPS indicate to Mr. Sibui that we can't hear him?
Noted, Chair, we have alerted the DG. Apologies for that.
Okay. Please indicate to him that he must. Okay, I can see that he has left. We'll wait for him to rejoin.
Through your Chair.
Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Mashilwana, can you just proceed with the presentation, please? IT is assisting me with the gadgets here, but in the meantime, Mr. Mashilwana, please proceed with the presentation.
Okay, over to you, Mr. Mashilwane. CSPS, you are eating on our time. Mr. Mashilwani, strategic management.
You are muted, Mashilwani.
You are muted and we can't see anything on the screen. I only see myself. Okay, thank you. Can we make the presentation on a slide mode? Okay, now you can continue, Mr. Mashula. Over to you.
Sorry, Chair. Are you able to hear me now? Sorry for that.
I can hear you, but you don't have the presentation flight. Oh yeah, make it on slide mode.
Okay, no, sorry
Okay.
for that. My
Everything
apologies.
is fine now.
Sincere apologies. Yeah, my sincere apology for that. What I wanted to highlight, Chair, on the presentation outline was on the we are presenting to the committee the APP commitments and then the strategic plan, which has not significantly changed because we have tabled this to the committee last year, but we'll share with the committee those indicators and targets in the strategic plan. Over and above that, Chair, we'll also share with the committee the additional information that the committee have since requested from us in relation to the performance of provincial civil secretariat that assist us in terms of doing oversight over the South African police services. I've touched on the background and the purpose. The mandate of the Civilian Secretariat for Police Service Chair has not really changed much. We still, as a department, expected to provide the minister with the policy advice and the research support, and also work together with the various stakeholders within our sector to ensure that we fight crime and also deal with the policy matters within our ministry. The vision and mission is still very much in line with our SP that we have presented last year, has not changed, including also the values in our strategic plan. They have not changed. Coming to institutional policies and strategies governing the planning period, those strategies, Chair, and policies, we have considered them when we were developing this particular plan. Key for us was the issue around the 5-year communication strategy and the ICVPS, that the department CSPS it's not been visible over the number of years. So as a department, we have taken initiative to ensure that we accelerate the implementation of this communication strategy. Over and above that, we also work with various stakeholders within the government and outside government to accelerate the implementation of the ICVPS. So it's one of the key strategies that we had to consider when we're developing our initiatives. In terms of legislation program for the department, we will then be tabling the Firearms Control Amendment Bill for introduction in Parliament, for Cabinet in terms of allowing the public to make comments to our legislation. Will then be taking 4, which is the CSPS Amendment Bill, Critical Infrastructure, and the PCRA, and also the Criminal Law Amendment Bill, commonly known as DNA Act. We will be taking those for review and allowing publics to make substantive inputs before we can then introduce them to Parliament. Process-wise, Chair and the honorable members, we started sometime in July engaging various programs within the department and our ESCO. We then also had our strategic planning session in October, where the minister and the DMs highlighted key priorities affecting the policing environment. We had to consider those, and then we submitted our draft APP as required to the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation by end of October. We received feedback from DPME sometime end of January. We had to consider what the DPME was saying in terms of our SMART principles relating to our targets and indicators. We considered those findings and recommendations. We also had to look at SONA that was delivered by the president in terms of what are the key directives that then affects our policing environment that we must consider in our plan. So we also had to have our own final session in the department where we then look into those findings that were then emanating from DPME. We have presented this plan as well to our oversight committee, which is audit and risk committee. They have made substantive inputs to our indicators and targets. We have considered their counsel. Finally, we then tabled the plan by end of March to Parliament. So where we are now, we are then presenting this plan to the select committee. We have since presented it as well to the portfolio committee on police in April. Situational analysis, we do these plans considering what is happening currently in our environment, internally and also externally. We are guided by the 3 priorities of government, key amongst them being the priority 3, building capable, ethical, and developmental state that is then led by the GCPS cluster departments. In the MDDP, Honorable Chair and the members, we are guided by the 5 outcomes. For us as a department, we have then elevated ICBPS in the MDDP to drive the reduction of crime and violence within various communities. So for us, in terms of that particular, with that strategic intervention, we contribute to the MDDP outcome of increasing feelings of safety and women across various communities in the country. In implementing this particular strategy, we want to achieve the goal that is enshrined in the NDDP, which is building safer communities. Key amongst those initiatives that are in the NDDP is to ensure that we work with communities in terms of fighting crime, because crime is not a responsibility of the South African Police Services, but it requires various stakeholders to ensure that they play their role for us to be able to realize safer communities by 2030. There are also key developments that the Honorable Chair has touched on in his opening remarks, which we also, as a sector, we begin to pay critical attention to those. And Maganga Commission and the Parliamentary Ad Hoc Committee, what we are saying as a department and the sector, Honorable Chair and the Minister, is that the recommendation emanating from this committee, they are beginning to highlight critical challenges within the South African Police Services, and they also affect the public trust from our community members. So what we will do once these recommendations are made available, we'll definitely consider them to ensure that we then reset the agenda of the South African Police Services based on the priorities that have been shared by the Minister. Over and above that, as a department, we also make a number of recommendations through our research and M&E efforts and policies and legislation that we develop. So we definitely believe that we'll also make a significant contribution to ensure that we then reset South African Police Services. With regards to SONA, there were a number of directives that the President have highlighted. Key for us in terms of number 1 is the issues around ICBPS. So this is a strategy that we will then engage various government departments, the municipalities, private sector to ensure that they prioritize the implementation of this strategy to address the root causes of crime. On issues around gun crime, when you look at the crime stats, issues of guns and firearms are being used to commit violent crime. So as a department, we have embarked on a process of reviewing the Firearms Control Amendment Bill. We will also support the parliamentary process over the medium term to ensure that this particular legislation gets enacted by the President. On counterfeit goods, as highlighted by the President, as a department, we are currently pursuing the review of the second-hand goods to ensure that we finalize this particular legislation over the medium term to address matters of counterfeit goods. Ethical and responsive police services, there are a number of initiatives as a department will then conduct to ensure that we respond to this SONA priority. Key amongst them being assessing the integrity and the police conduct. We will need to monitor the implementation of the IPT recommendation as required by the CSPS Act. We will assess SAPS legislation and policies and programs, and we will also begin to gain the trust that we are currently losing from the public to assess the complaints management system of the South African Police Services. Over and above that, we'll also assess the functionality of the CSF and CPFs to ensure that they remain functional. Sometimes, Honorable Chair, the Minister called MINMEC in March, where the Minister highlighted the priorities to the sector, all the provincial departments of community safety, national departments were leading this particular meeting. Minister shared with us the priorities. So as a department, there are a number of initiatives that will then respond to in terms of addressing issues of GBV as priority one of the minister. ICVPS remain uppermost in our minds to contribute to issues of GBV. We will also, in the current financial year, roll out the perception survey on the effectiveness of the implementation of ICVPS, which we will conduct across all the 9 provinces within the countries, just to get the feel and the observation of the committees around the implementation of this particular strategy. What will be the findings and the shortcomings and the recommendation that will then emanate from the survey. We will also do anti-crime campaign. We will do community engagement. We will also monitor a number of police stations across provinces. On Firearms Act, I've indicated that we are reviewing the Firearms Amendment Bill. We'll be engaging NETLEC and various stakeholders to ensure that this bill gets introduced in Parliament. On border security is one of the key priorities of the minister. As a department, will embark on a research to assess the effectiveness of policing at major ports of entries. On police, on priority 4, which is about strategic and management capability of our entities, Cabinet last year, honorable members, has passed the National Policing Policy, which then advocates for transformation within the South African Police Services. So we'll work with SAPS to develop the implementation plan of this policy. We'll also establish the National Policing Advisory Committee to ensure that it's functional so that all the senior management officials of SAPS are then appointed based on merit, and they meet the requirements that will have been set by this particular committee. We have also tabled to transform South African Police Services. We have introduced the SAPS Amendment Bill in March. We will then support the parliamentary process to support transformation within South African Police Services. On trust, there are also a number of initiatives that the department will conduct, national policing policy amongst them. Also on policies on legislation, we will then assess the effectiveness of the selection and recruitment policy within the South African Police Services, issues around Organized Crime Act. That's what we will then assess as a department and generate a report to South African Police Services with findings and recommendations that they must then consider to improve trust in the SAPS. As I've indicated, issues of crime and violence are not the responsibility of SAPS. We will work with our community members to roll out the community-based patrol program to ensure that they promote community safety across all the 9 provinces. On priority 6 and 7, what we will do as a department will support the NPEC committee as envisaged by the National Policing Policy. We will also accelerate the implementation and monitor this e-policing policy within the South African Policing Service, because we believe use of technology is quite critical to improve the performance of South African police services. We have to scan our environment, honorable members, in terms of getting the weaknesses and the threats that are affecting our environment. Key for us as a department in terms of internal environment is the issues around funding. We, as a department, we are not adequately resourced in terms of finances and human resources. That's an area that we will look into over the medium term to ensure that we have a fit-for-purpose organizational structure and the budget that supports our strategic priorities. There are also a number of complaints that we also observe from the public, which begins to pose a risk in terms of our reputation as a department, and also the policing in general. And also the risk that also emanates in the technological space, issues of high level of unemployment, poverty, the economy is not growing. Those kind of things also begins to affect the high crime stats that we currently observe in our quarterly crime stats. But as intervention to address some of these threats and weaknesses that are confronting our planning environment, we will strengthen partnership and cooperation agreements that we are currently having with our metro municipalities to share some of the responsibilities and resources around fighting crime and violence in our country. We'll work with the Department of Justice to see possibilities of getting additional funding to accelerate the implementation of ICVPS through the CARA funding option. On CSPS, to ensure that our recommendation remain implemented by SAPS, we are currently reviewing the CSPS Act, and also in the SAPS Amendment Bill, there's a provision which also empowers the National Commissioner to consider the recommendation that have been made by the Civilian Secretariat for Police Services. On ICT, all work is on, all hands is on deck in terms of trying to automate the complaints management system and also the critical functions within the department in terms of improving our business processes to ensure that we work with speed in terms of delivering on our services. We'll also improve our CPF and CSF to ensure that they remain functional over the medium-term period. Theory of change has not changed, still aligned with our SP. We have 3 strategic outcomes that we will pursue to achieve over the next 5 years. Key for us is issues of transformation of the South African police services, and the police services needs to remain professional. And for us, we say professionalism also needs to start with CSPS and also need to be more ethical. So there are a number of outputs that will then support the delivery of all these outcomes, and ultimately we can then, if we achieve all these outputs, we can then begin to realize safer communities in a developmental state as envisaged in the chapter 12 of the NDP. As I've indicated, our SP, honorable members, has not changed. These are still our indicators and targets that we have presented to the committee last year, sometime in June. We will still pursue the implementation of these indicators and target over the next 3 years to ensure that we remain on course in terms of achieving them. APP 26-27, which is key interest for the committee. We have 4 programs in the department, program 1, administration, and the last one being civilian oversight, monitoring and evaluation. So those will be the number of indicators and targets we have for 26-27 and also over the medium term as required by the APP framework from the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. So the next slide, I will try to unpack what are the key indicators and targets in those key programs. Program 1, for example, Honorable Chair and the members, is about professionalization and transformation of South African police services. We have a DPCI judge that then begins to assist us in terms of holding DPCI officials accountable in terms of their conduct when they are doing their investigation. So the reports generated by the DPCI judge are quite critical in terms of transforming a DPCI unit. Over and above that, we also have board that is in place to assess the forensic science laboratory and the NFTT to ensure that it remains more functional over the medium term. So we generate reports that we also submit to SAPS to ensure the functionality of FSLs. To contribute to our internal outcome of professionalization and ethical CSPS, we have human capital strategy implementation plan and ICT. And we, in the CFO office, we also need to ensure that we comply in terms of paying our suppliers within 30 days as required by government. We also monitor our budget on a quarterly basis to ensure that we don't overspend or underspend, but we also spend in line with the PFMA and Treasury regulation because we don't want to see unauthorized expenditure or irregular expenditure. Over and above that, Chair and honorable members, there are a number of key initiatives that are also implemented through this program. We are currently reviewing the structure. We are engaging National Treasury and DPSC to approve the structure to ensure that we have a fit-for-purpose organizational structure that will enable us to deliver on our mandate. We will continue to ensure that effective controls are in place to sustain our clean audit in the department with the assistance of ARC and also internal audit within the department. The chairperson of PMC, Planning Monitoring Committees, led by the DG of the department, CSPS, to hold all the DGs accountable in the cluster in relation to the implementation of the MDDP outcomes. So that work is on course. This committee sits on a monthly basis to hold those DGs accountable. MINMEC will then sit on a regular basis to monitor the implementation of the ministerial priorities, where all the provincial departments of community safety will come and account on the implementation of the ministerial priorities. We also contribute to job opportunities, Chair. As a department, we have work integrated learnership, and we also have internship on board that then assist us in terms of delivering on our mandate. Program 2, intersectoral coordination, strategic partnership. Number of initiatives are in place there to accelerate the implementation of ICVPS. Cooperation agreements that we are currently having with our metro municipalities to fight crime and violence. So there will be reports that will then be holding those metro municipalities accountable. So they will give us those reports on a quarterly basis. We also contribute to victim support programs. We do capacity building, we'll conduct anti-crime campaigns, we'll also assess school safety protocol within the South African police services and generate reports around the implementation of this particular protocol. We'll also assess the functionality of our CPF and CSF and conduct capacity building on our CPF members as required by our applicable legislation and strategies. On community outreach, we'll continue to do community engagement and do response plan on those communities that will have visited to ensure that we then consider some of the issues that the communities will have raised. We invite various stakeholders to come on board to address some of these issues that will not be within the purview of our cluster. As I've indicated earlier on, for us to profile the work of the department, we needed to come up with the 5-year strategy, which we are currently implementing to increase the footprint of the department. As a priority of the minister, we are currently having a committee-based patrol program where we are now discussion at an advanced stage. We're engaging relevant stakeholders to get funding to accelerate the implementation of this particular program. To tackle illicit economy, there will be a number of initiatives that will be conducted across provinces to contribute to targeting of illicit economy in the country. Moving to program through, which is legislation and policy development, I've indicated on legislation, those ones that will then be taken to Parliament. On ICBPS, I've gone to town in terms of explaining that. Key to indicate here in terms of ICBPS is that our DG-led, the National Working Committee, will continue to engage various departments to come on board to prioritize the implementation of ICBPS, because we believe this strategy will definitely assist us in terms of realizing safer communities across safer communities by 2030 as required by NDP. Moving to program 4, which is key around civilian oversight, monitoring and evaluation. These will be indicators and targets that we'll then implement. Key for us will be assessing the budget and program performance of SAPS in terms of delivering on their indicators and targets and generate reports with recommendation to SAPS. We'll monitor the IP recommendation as required by our legislation. We'll conduct police conduct and integrity. We'll also assess those legislation and policies and complaints management system. Critically is also the DVA will continue to monitor the implementation of this act across all the police stations in the country and share the recommendation with SAPS to improve performance in areas where they don't meet the requirements of Domestic Violence Act. We'll also assess some of the SAPS program to ensure that they remain more effective and efficient. Lastly is the perception survey. ICBPS has been elevated in the MTTP. In the current financial year, this program will then assist us in terms of evaluating the effectiveness of the implementation of this strategy. I think the other key highlights, I've touched on them when I was highlighting the minister's priority in the SONA. Our APP also conforms with the technical indicator description as per the requirements of the DPME. We can indicate to the committee that all the indicators in program 1, 2, and also program 4 were well defined using this particular format prescribed by the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. So in total for the current financial year, Chair, we have 31 indicators that we will then implement, and the committee will hold us accountable in relation to the implementation of those. With your permission, Chair, allow me now to give CFO an opportunity to share with us the budget to support the implementation of this APP. Then I will come later to provide additional information that the committee requested.
Thank you, Strategic Manager. You can have another speaker to take over on the budget.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are. Can we see you? The protocol of the visual meetings is that we must see you, then you can switch off your video after. We could have seen you. CFO.
Yes,
Can we just see you, then we'll switch off?
I've tried to switch on. Am I not?
You are not visible. We can't see you.
Okay.
Okay, it's fine. You can continue. We can. Oh, all right. Now we can see you. Yeah, you are smiling. Okay. It shows that you have a pass with you. You can switch off your video and then continue.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members, the honorable deputy ministers, the DG, the ED, the executive management on the platform, and all protocol observed. I'll just take you through some few slides for finance. In this slide, critical to note is the fact that there are going to be no significant upgrades regarding the 2026-27 performance targets. And the reason for this is that the department remains severely underfunded. The limited budget increases over the MTF are mainly on compensation of employees for the anticipated cost of living expenses. If you look at our current, if you look at the current budget for the 2025-26 financial year, we had a budget of about an adjusted budget of about 172.6, which has since increased for the period under review to about 181.3 million. The increase will therefore be only about 8.7 million, which translates into about 5%. But looking over the whole MTF period from 2026-27 financial year to 2028-29 financial year, we'll have an average increase per annum of only about 3.7%. We can move on to the next slide. The next slide is mainly looking at our respective programs. What is very important to note in this slide is the fact that if you look at administration, it has only increased by about 170,000, which is even less than 0.5% because it stands at 0.2%. This can be compared against the increase for the intersectoral coordination and strategic partnership, which is program 2. This program is the program that is at the coalface of sales is delivery. The increase there is about 16.3%, which is about 4.5 million in monetary terms. Looking at compensation of employees, you'll note that the compensation of employees have increased by about 9.1% from 129.9 to 141.7 million. Interesting to look is the goods and services. You'll note that during the previous financial year, 2025-26 financial year, the budget of the department decreased from 37.5 million to about 33.3 million, which was a decrease of about 11%. However, I need to mention that for the period under review, 2026-27 financial year, the budget has increased by about 8.5%. Also critical to note is when you look at the line talking to purchase of capital assets, you'll note that for the previous financial year, the department had a budget of about 9 million for capital assets. This budget has since decreased to about 2.6 million. Moving on to the next slide. Here is the narrative of just what I've just said. In this slide, what is most critical to note is the fact that the Civilian Secretariat for Police, to fully realize its mandate, we submitted a budget of about 973.9 million. And if you look at the current allocation of 181.3 million, there is a shortfall of about 792.6 million. The submitted budget was inclusive of the following matters: additional staff complement of about 345 personnel compared against the current 173. But there was also money for business processes and business process digitization and automation, for accelerated and effective implementation of the ICVPS across the 3 spheres of government, and also the establishment of the National Policing Advisory Committee, but also the critical infrastructure. That will be my presentation, Chair. Thank you very much. Over to you. Through you, Chair, I can revert back to the strategic Director.
Thank you, CFO.
Through you, Chair Richard, you are muted. Please unmute.
Am I audible now? Did you?
Yes, proceed.
Yes, you
Okay. Okay. No, thanks. Safe to indicate on this slide, Chair and honorable members, we work together with our provincial secretariat in terms of implementing the work of the CSPS. So they are expected to also implement certain signal oversight work at the provincial level. In terms of the budget for the 25-26 and also 26-27, this is the information we received from them to perform the work of civilian oversight across all the police station in the country. Critical to note, I think on this particular slide, you will see KZN and Gauteng begins to be having more budget compared to other provinces. But I think where CFOs in the provincial departments of community safety will begin to make more case to their provincial treasuries to ensure that they get additional funding to ensure that they are able to do their civilian oversight work across all the police stations in the country. On areas of underspending, Chair, we did not really receive information here from the provincial secretariat. Safe to indicate that annual reports of all provincial departments of community safety will be submitted to the Auditor General of South Africa by Friday. So between June and July, they will then be audited. So underspending or areas of overspending will then be confirmed sometime in July when the Auditor General of South Africa issues the management report. Key challenges that the provincial secretaries have highlighted to us is issues of underfunding on CPF, and also the shortage of human resources to do, and also there are issues around oversight across Metro Police, South African Police Services, especially the specialized units. Those are the areas where they have limited funding or resources to be able to cover those particular units. So that's an area that is cutting across all the 9 provinces in the country. In terms of key provincial achievements, ICVPS is being prioritized by all the provincial departments of community safety. Reports are being provided to Signal Secretariat for Police Services on a quarterly basis to show implementation of this particular strategy. But key for us as we do analysis as a department, Chair, what we can indicate is that the DDM for us process is quite critical to coordinate planning and the implementation of ICVPS. So we'll work with COCTA because there's an MOU in place to accelerate the implementation of ICVPS so that COCTA begins to prioritize IDPs and also integrate issues of ICVPS when they develop their IDP. So mayors will really begin to play a very critical role during the IDP and budgeting planning process. When they finalize the plans, they need to ensure that issues of ICVPS finds expression. The Office of the Premiers and also presidency begins to be quite critical in terms of assisting us to drive the implementation of this particular strategy to ensure that provincial plans and national plans, they need to show their strategic interventions in their APP that speaks to issues of ICVPS. What we can also indicate here, we also work together with SALGA to also ensure that municipalities begins to also prioritize issues of ICVPS in their planning, because our view is that the economy will not be able to grow effectively if the country is not safe. So that will also affect also the investment that is coming from outside. If the country is not safe, we might not be able to see massive investment in our economy or infrastructure. The other key provincial achievement that we begin to know these issues around Code Watch Brief that begins to focus on issues of GBV and other crime categories This program is quite critical, so provinces really need to maximize and accelerate the implementation of this because it's beginning to be showing contribution around GPV, which has been declared as a scourge, as a national disaster by the president. Over and above that, we begin to see Provincial Secretariat implementing social crime prevention program, school safety intervention across our communities. Community patrol program begins to also find expression in various communities, especially in areas such as tourism and school infrastructure. So we just need to move with speed to accelerate this priority that has been highlighted by the minister. Update on IPIT recommendation, Chair. As a department, we work together with IPIT. There's a forum in place that sits on a quarterly basis, led by our DG and IPIT director, to look at issues that are emanating from the members of South African Police Services. So recommendations have been communicated to SAPS on a regular basis to ensure that they then improve those operational inefficiency or misconduct that the committee will have highlighted during their monthly meetings. Progress here in terms of those recommendations, you will see in total there were 127 recommendations received. Of those not initiated, 16. Number initiated was 811. Pending decision, I think that was then 25 across all the 9 provinces. So this committee that sits on a quarterly basis, Chair, begins to do a very critical job. I think we just need to get also a close partnership from South African Police Service in terms of ensuring the implementation of this particular recommendation. The committee also requested information around GPV in terms of the successes. In terms of our DVA, we focus on the top 30 police stations, nationally and provincially, with a focus on administration of domestic violence at police station level, issues of availability and suitability of private interviewing space, issues of non-compliance complaints relating to poor response to GPV-related cases. We also look at issues that are emanating from the court watch brief with focus on police responsibilities. There are also a number of awareness campaigns that we do in urban and rural areas that are focusing on educating communities around issues around GPV and also providing support to victims of GPV. That's what we do as a department. We also partner with MEMESA Shout to conduct a number of anti-GPV campaigns in various institutions of higher learning, Chair, in various communities, in various provinces in the country to address this particular scourge. DVA, in terms of compliance, we have 4 levels. One being a green level of full compliance, which is equivalent to 100%, what we all desire in terms of all the police stations. Then you then have level 1, which we don't desire. We will then begin in the next slide, begin to highlight to the committee the level of compliance in terms of those levels. Number of police stations visited, in total 402. Those that are fully compliant, I think you will see, Chair, on the screen, I think it's 0. It's not a good picture. Significant compliance is sitting at 264, partial compliance 119, but we really need to move with speed to improve partial compliance and insignificant compliance to ensure that they at least move to significant and also full compliant over the medium term. So that's the performance we have, Chair, in terms of monitoring this level of compliance around implementation of TVA across police stations in various provinces in the country. To address some of this non-compliance, what is it that we have done as a department to address this non-compliance? There is a forum accountability session we have with SAPS that sits on a monthly basis to report and address this non-compliance. We also, over and above that, do capacity building with SAPS DVA coordinators to improve level of understanding of TVA. So those are some of the intervention, Chair, as a civilian secretariat we implement to improve those levels that I've highlighted from level 2 until 4, where the SAPS is being found wanting. On this slide, the committee also wanted the update on CPF. We can safely indicate to the committee that a total 149 CPF members were then trained, and then in the next table, we'll begin to show the functionality of CPFs and those that are not functional. In total, that we managed to, the number of stations is 1,170, number of CPF assessed 54, functional is 40, those that are not functional is 14. So we'll continue to have those capacity building sessions and other interventions to ensure that all these CPF members move to functionality over the medium term. So that's the picture across all the 9 provinces, Chair, in terms of the CPF. On FSL, that's what the committee also requested for us to do. As a department, we also provide oversight over the forensic science laboratory across all the provinces. There is a board chair in place that we have constituted as a department as required by the DNA Act. Is led by the board is led by the retired judge, Justice Betze, supported by the 9 members from the private sector and the public sector institution. So this board will sit on a quarterly basis and review reports that are emanating from the FSL. Safe to indicate to the board is that, to the committee is that on issues around GBV, we have noted that 8,652 forensic reports were submitted in relation to the cases of GBV. So this also assists the National Prosecuting Authority to move with speed in terms of improving the cases around GBV that were awaiting information from the FSL. When we monitored the FIUs, there was a requirement that this FIU needs to be established. We can indicate to the committee that these FIUs are currently established across all the 9 provinces, supported by, I think, a total of 80 staff members across the provinces to do linking offenders to crime, support investigation and prosecution. As a department, we don't only want to focus on the biology section, which is primarily the responsibility of the DBCI judge. Through civilian oversight, M&E Program 4 will also broaden the scope to focus also on ballistic and the chemistry section to determine the analysis capacity of those particular sections in the current financial year, honorable members. On the legislative front, we will then review the criminal law, the DNA Act, to publish for cabinet approval for publication for public comments in the current financial year. On schedule offenses, we have seen a notable improvement there where the compliance is sitting above 90% on buccal samples collection. Overall, honorable members, I think the NFTD is expanding with a steady growth in terms of both RST and crime scene indices. So it's quite functional, this particular NFTD. We can safely indicate that there are not really a major significant issues with our NFTD. Civil claims, as a department, we have conducted civil litigation assessment in the financial year 2016-17 to 2020-21. What are these studies revealing, honorable members? In Gauteng, Eastern Cape, KZN, there are a number of civil claims that we are observing in the South African police services. Some contributors to these civil claims are issues around unlawful arrest, detention, vehicle collision, and then crime, injury, and the shooting incidents. That's what we have observed when we were doing this analysis as a department. So we begin to monitor the implementation of this recommendation that are emanating from our studies. So there are regular engagement we have with SAPS to highlight some of these shortcomings that emanated from these studies. So regular meetings will then be held with SAPS to ensure that they then address matters of civil claims over time. On legislation to be introduced to Parliament in the current financial year, Chair, is the Firearms Control Amendment Bill and also the SAPS Amendment Bill. We can safely indicate which SAPS we have introduced this on the 6th of March. What we will do as a department will then support Parliament in terms of their process to ensure that the public hearings are then conducted across all the 7 provinces to ensure that this particular legislation finds enactment by the President over the medium term. But our legislative program as a department, we then have this 8 legislation that we wish to pursue from the financial year 2024-2025 over to 2028-2029. Key for us would be second-hand goods, stock theft, CSPS Act, critical infrastructure, and then the PCRA and the DNA, as I've indicated. This will be the legislation that we want to finalize, Chair, over the next 3 years of the strategic planning cycle. With that, Chair, that then will conclude the presentation for CSPS. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I submit.
Thanks a lot, Chair. May I please hand back to yourself, honorable members, as well as DM. That's the presentation of CSPS. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sibui. And now we would now hand over to the Department of Independent Policy Investigating Directorate for their presentation. With the notes that we have noted on the presentation of CSPS that there's implementation of ICVPS and percentage survey and anti-crime campaigns, reviewing of Firearms Control Amendment Bill And we acknowledge the fact that you will be supporting Parliament when the process will be started. And then the monitoring implementation of IPIT recommendation, we have noted on your inputs, the assess functionality of CPFs and non-functionality, and as well border security, which is of critical importance in the work of the BMA. We have noted as well the issue of SAPS amendment bill and challenges with capacity and resources, the implementation of e-policing and policy, and as well as transformation and professionalizing the police services. We hope that members have dashed down their questions with regards to clarity and comments on matters that have been presented before by CSPS. Now it's over to you, IPIT. I'm not sure who would be leading the delegation in terms of the presentation, but I hope you have seen how CSPS have processed their presentation and their presentation. So you would do that. Make sure that your video is on when you start addressing us. And before we can continue with the presentation from IPIT. Deputy Minister, any remarks as you welcome IPIT on the floor?
Yeah, no, thank you, Chair. I was saying that, okay, yeah, there it is, for sure I'm visible. When the Secretariat was presenting with their video off, I said they were learning from me, Chair, because I didn't switch on my video when we initially started. My apologies for that. The presentation of IPIT will be led by the Acting Executive Director, Dr. Bila, and his team, through you, Chair, if we may allow, because the overall introductory remarks that I made also included IPIT. And I will therefore request Dr. Bila, through you, Chair, to take over and present to the Honorable Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, DM, and over to you, Director Executive. As I've indicated, you switch on your video, then you can switch it off as you continue with the presentation. Over to you.
Good morning to yourself, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, DM, and the Secretary for Police Service in the country, Mr. Tulani Sibui, colleagues from both IPID and civilian. Chair, our presentation is in line with your guidance to say we needed to cover the question of budget, strategic plan, APP 2026-27, and also bring in additional information as per your requirements. So what I think it is critical before I hand over to the CFO, who will present financials, followed by Melitlap, is for me to indicate that we, as IPID, identified 9 key priorities. And these key priorities are those which will be guiding us toward the financial year and even outer years. And we reasonably believe that once we attend to these priorities, which will be covered in the presentation, such will give us a more strategic competitive advantage toward our long-term goal of professionalizing the police. Without wasting much time, Chair, I will hand over to the CFO, who will deal with the budgetary aspects, and of course, Melitlap will come later. And CFO, over to yourself.
CFO?
Thank you so much. Am I visible, Chair?
Very visible, we can see you. If you don't have a problem with your video, you can continue like that.
Okay. Thank you so much, Chairperson, for the opportunity that has been given to IPID. Chair, I'm going to take the honorable members of this committee through the budget part of this presentation. Chair, if I may be allowed, the slide that is before us represent the 2026 MTF budget allocation. Chair, over the 2026 MTF, we are expected to grow from 447 million to 479 million in the last year of the MTEF. This, Chair, on average growth rate represent 3.8%. Chair, we have about 3 programs that we are currently operating under. The first program is administration, which represent the support services. The second program is what we call service delivery program, which is investigation and provincial coordination. The last program is legal compliance, information and stakeholder management, which we call enabling program. This program support the investigation and provincial coordination. Chair, you'll notice that when we get to our economic classifications, the bulk of our budget, which is about 68%, is allocated under compensation of employees. And Chair, this happened mainly because of we are regarded as labor intensive. We use our allocation to create more position, particularly investigators, in order to deal with the intake. And Chair, the second part of our budget allocation is goods and services, mainly to cover the operations in various provinces, and then followed by machinery and equipment. This is where we provide the tools of trade, mainly to our investigators. Next slide. Chair, next slide. I will not go through it in entirely. It just talked to the allocation breakdown for program 1, as I've indicated that we are housing corporate services, finances, internal audit, and also accommodation in this program, mainly to support our core functions. And also, we'll note that the bulk of the allocation in this program is sitting under compensation of employees. Next slide. Next slide, Chair, is our core function service delivery program. You'll notice that we've got 3 sub-programs. The first sub-program is forensic investigation, which is a fairly new function that have been established to strengthen our investigation. We also have what we call investigation management. This is where the support and policy development is implemented. And then we also have investigation service. Investigation services, Chair, we have housed all 9 provinces. And the investigators will notice that the bulk of the budget in this program is sitting in this particular sub-program. Compensation of employees, Chair, is also leading in terms of the budget allocation, followed by goods and services. And lastly, machinery and equipment, where we project the tools of trade. Next slide. Chair, since we are presenting to this committee, we have broken down our budget allocation per province. Chair, you'll notice that our budget is divided into 9 provinces. Most of the provinces that we call, we normally call them the spot provinces. Is your Gauteng, Western Cape, KZN, and Eastern Cape. And we are not saying other provinces are not hotspot, but we are looking at the case intake share of each province. We are also looking at the number of investigators in each province, the nature of cases that are in a particular province, as well as the per block cases and the distance. Chair, you'll recall that in the past, I will always give an example of Gauteng and Northern Cape. To say Northern Cape is big and small at the same time. In terms of the traveling, it's big, but in terms of the case intake as well as the number of investigators, it's small. However, when you go to Gauteng, it's a big province, but in terms of the distance that is traveled within the province, you note that is not that significant. So when we allocate resources per province, we take into consideration this criteria that I've mentioned. The next slide. Chair, the next program is your legal compliance, information and stakeholder management, also with 3 sub-programs, namely legal compliance, monitoring and quality assurance, policy research and information management, and lastly, stakeholder management. The bulk of the allocation also is sitting in compensation of employees to make provision for officials who will be providing the services in 3 sub-programs that I've mentioned, and followed by goods and services, mainly for operational cost in this program. Next slide. Next slide, Chair. We wanted to demonstrate to the honorable members of this committee how we have been allocated the budget, as well as how we've been using this budget. Chair, you'll note that for the last 4 financial years, we were able to spend more than 90% of our budget. In 2022-23, 98.8% was used. In the last financial year, Chair, which is 25-26, the financial year that is currently under audit, we were able to spend 97.5%. We planned to spend 100%. However, Chair, due to the delay in finalizing the organizational structure after it has been reviewed, there are a number of positions which were newly created, which we could not fill. And as a result, it affected the plan of the department to spend 100%. As I'm presenting to the House, the structure is at the final stage of the approval. Next slide. Chair, next slide talks to the key priorities. These are not only areas that have been budgeted for, but we have highlighted this as key priorities given the challenges that have been presented. Chair, one is your backlog cases. Chair, we always, even last year when we appeared before the committee, we made commitments to develop what we call the backlog strategy in order to reduce the number of backlog cases that we are currently experiencing. And we are working on that. The strategy is currently implemented. We have also, Chair, as management, decided to prioritize corruptions as well as GBV and F cases. These are cases that are problematic, and these are cases that are require particular skills to address, and we have decided to, amongst others, employ people with relevant skills in order to address these cases. Strengthening of investigation quality assurance, Chair, in order to increase the number of conviction and also to reduce the null prosecute cases, we have since agreed to capacitate the functions that we call quality assurance so that they can support our investigators during the investigation. Establishment of forensic investigation unit. We are not, Chair, here referring to the forensic ballistics and other services within SAPS. Here we are referring to the skills that we require to deal with complex cases, amongst others, your corruption cases. And we are employing relevant skills to assist with the forensic investigation experience. Call center, Chair, last time when we appeared before this committee, we were happy and announcing that we are establishing the call center, and we continue to strengthen this call center to operate 24 hours, 365 days, so that our services can be accessed at any given point. Digital transformation, Chair, we are trying to align ourselves with the changes, particularly in technology. As a result, we are developing a new case management system, the system that will assist investigators to register all the cases and access the data as and when it's needed, wherever they are. So we have developed what we call ICT implementation plan, Chair, which we have shared with the committee in the last appearance, and we are also willing to share again so that committee can see what we are intending to do under digital transformation. Stakeholder relations, we continue, Chair, to work with various communities. Chair, you'll recall that we made a commitment last time when we were here to work with, amongst others, community safety in different provinces and see if we cannot share the spaces. I will recall that Ms. Honorable Mugai wanted us to have an office in Appington because it's one of those districts that is experiencing a number of cases in terms of the intake. As I present to the committee, we do have an office that was open in Appington. Our office is at Velina de Brain building, 31 Leroux Street in Appington, Chair. And I'm also able to present to the committee and indicate that in Appington, all the districts have been, in Kimberley, all the districts have been covered. We have about 5 district offices under Northern Cape, and we are continuing working with community safety, DPW in other provinces to make sure that we established a district office and take services to the communities. Training and capacity, Chair, there is a specific slide that talks to the details as far as training and capacity of our investigators. We have taken a decision to set aside a budget to capacitate our investigators in order to improve the quality of the investigation. Chair, the last key priority is implementation of recommendation from various commissions. Chair, we have agreed to establish a task team that will mainly look into the recommendation from Madlanga Commission. But Chair, I must also indicate that other than Madlanga Commission, we were expected to look into other recommendations that were made by various committees and commission, including Parliamentary Ad Hoc Committee, your Zondo Commission, your Marigana Falam Commissions, as well as Nkabinde Commission of Inquiry. there are certain recommendations, Chair, that have been made by these commissions and committee, which requires the attention of IPID. And as a result, we have established and busy establishing a task team that will be looking into these commissions and advised on how do we implement them within our available resources. Next slide. Chair, next slide. As we continue to ensure the presence in all the districts, Chair, we have quantified the resources that are required to open our district offices and implement some of the functions that we are unable to implement within our IPID Act. Chair, this will ensure that IPID is independent and can structurally operate without dependence in other stakeholders like your South African Police Services as well as health. Once we are able to have our own resources, we should be able to improve on the turnaround time of our investigation. And as a result, Chair, we have quantified the required resources, and we are saying if it's possible, this department will need 538 million in addition to the current budget so that they can optimally provide the services that we are expected to provide in line with the constitutional mandate of the organization. Next slide. Next slide, Chair, will be presented by our strategy manager, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, CFO. We can now have the strategic manager.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to you, the honorable members, the Honorable Deputy Minister, and all the heads of entities present and the colleagues on the platform. I will be taking you through the remaining slides of the presentation, Chairperson, which covers the overview of our strategic plan, focusing on the changes that were introduced in the 26-27 financial year, and also the overview of our APP and also our responses to the requests that was received from your office, Chairperson. Starting on the slide that is currently projected, which is slide 13, this is our mandate. There were no changes to our mandate as we're planning our 2026 strategic plan and APP. We still aligned to the principal mandate as expressed in the IPID Act number 1 of 2011. The changes that are envisaged from the Amendment Act, they are still not yet in operation. They are still awaiting the finalization of the regulations. And we have also included some significant changes that we are expecting from these changes once the regulations are finalized. And once they are finalized, depending on the timing of the finalization, Chairperson, during this current financial year, we might have to retable our APP because there are some of the case classifications that will no longer form part of IPID's mandate. In terms of the vision, there are no changes in the mission. I will then talk to the expected changes, Chair, starting with death as a result of the actions of a member of SAPS or MPS, whether such a member was on duty or off duty. So here the significant change is that for this case classification, we were investigating this complaints only where members were on duty, but now even when they're off duty, those matters will fall within our mandate. And for discharge of an official firearm by any police officer, this classification has been repealed. Chair, can I request your indulgence to switch off my camera? I prefer to use the bigger screen. I'm getting strained on the smaller screen on my laptop. Am I allowed, Chair?
Permission granted, but please note, don't go word by word.
Okay, noted. Thank you, Chair. Okay, moving along, the other significant change is the assault common has also been repealed, and will be investigating assault GBH. For torture is just an alignment to bring emphasis on the relevant act, the same with corruption. And on point number 6 is the investigation of allegations of the commission of an offense by a SAPS or MPS member where they have committed an offense together, and will have a mandate to investigate such. Lastly, which is also one of the new changes, it's the obligation on SAPS and NPS to report corruption matters, which was not the case in the Principal Act. We can move to the next slide. On this next slide, Chairperson, we have presented our strategic plan in the previous financial year. And the reason why we included this is because there are few changes on our indicators. We still have 3 outcomes, and the changes are related to the first outcome of effective and efficient department that upholds good governance. There is an indicator on the filling of vacancies within 8 months. Previously, the period was 6 months, and it has since been revised to align with the directive from the DPSA, where they have now extended the time frame to fill any vacant positions based on the requirements that departments have to comply with. And the target has been set at 50%. And the other change is in relation to the third outcome, which it's aligned to our core mandate. The outcome is deterrence of police misconduct and criminality. And the change is with regards to the first outcome indicator on the completed investigations of GBVNF resulting in convictions, and these are both departmental and criminal convictions. The target was increased from 40 to 120 for the 5-year term, and this was as a result of the progress that we have achieved in the first year of implementation. Initially, the target was set at 40, and we have far exceeded the 40 that was set, hence the increase to 120. We can move to the next slide, which is now focusing on the APP. Starting with Program 1, the CFO has already alluded to the fact that we have 3 programs. And the first one, Program 1, is administration. We previously had a total of 17 output indicators. They've been reduced to 16. And the indicator that was discontinued at an APP level and moved to annual operational plan is the percentage implementation of youth development strategy. And this is because the strategy has yielded the expected results, which was to improve youth representation in the department through our internship program. And we have been able now to have a sufficient pool internally to can absorb and appoint our young people permanently. In the process of doing that, we were also contributing to the creation of jobs. In terms of our indicators, Chairperson, as I've said, there were no changes. The only change was the discontinuation of that indicator. And also on the targets where there were changes, it's on risk mitigation strategies from 70 to 80%. And for ICT, we are still at 80. So I will only focus on the changes, Chairperson, in the interest of time, since most of the information is still the same. And the other change on slide 15, it's on the percentage implementation of information security audit recommendations. This was a target that we introduced in the previous financial year. We have set our target at 80%, and we are planning to implement all the recommendations that were received when the assessment was conducted by SSA. And by the second financial year, we should be at 100%. And for lifestyle audits, Chairperson, in the 26-27, the focus will now be on our colleagues from the SCM environment and finance. In the 25-26, the focus was on the investigators, and that process has been concluded. And we are hoping that by the end of the third financial year of the NTF period, all IPD employees would have been subjected to this process. However, this is dependent on availability of resources because we currently do not have capacity internally. We are relying on SIU to conduct these lifestyle audits, and it's quite an expensive exercise. And the other significant change under Program 1, I think that is all, Chair, on the changes under Program 1, and we can move to Program 2. Under Program 2, Chair, the indicators, they are still 18. There were no new indicators that were introduced. However, the changes are more related to the targets for some or even most of the indicators under Program 3. Starting with the backlog, the CFO did allude to the fact that in one of our priorities is the reduction of backlog. We have since increased our target from 3,500 to 4,500 over the MTF period, and we'll continuously review our annual targets, Chairperson, based on the available resources. And even in the current financial year, we are in a process of appointing additional contract investigators to assist us with this project. And we are also intending to prioritize long outstanding matters from I think the oldest, it could be dating as far back as 2012, if my memory serves me well. So the intention is to clear the oldest cases in our records, Chairperson, and we are currently analyzing all the provinces with those specific cases. They are analyzing those cases to identify what are the outstanding matters, where there are reports or external reports that should be obtained. That will be an exercise that will be undertaken to see that these matters, they are finalized. And the other change on death in police custody, the target was increased from 60 to 140, the same as death as a result of police action. The target was increased from 60 to 80 over the MTF period, and for discharge of an official firearm from 130 to 150 in year 1, year 2, 160, and 170 in the third financial year. And rape by police officer, there was also an increase from 35 to 55, and for rape while in police custody, the target was retained at 1. And maybe it's also safe to indicate, Chair, that when the targets were being reviewed, we took into consideration the performance trend and also the intake of each category and the active cases at our disposal, considering that these indicators were expected to conclude the investigations within 90 days. On the next slide on torture, there was also an increase only from year 2 to 50, and in year 3, it's 60. For assault, from 700 to 750, 800 in year 2, the third year 850, and corruption, it's still retained at 15, and for 28, one age from 30 to 140 over the MTF period. And on this case classification, Chair, we are experiencing a high intake on domestic violence related matters, hence a significant increase in this case classification. And for offenses referred to in Section 33 of the IPID Act, this is the obligation to report matters that falls within IPID's mandate, and failure to do that is an offense, and our target was increased from 9 to 10. And we have an indicator, a number of rural-based investigative projects is not new. It was introduced in the previous financial year, and the intention is to ensure that each province, they ensure that services are taken to those rural areas, and not only for when they go there, they don't only focus on investigation, but also on other proactive initiatives that we are implementing as the department. There is a slide that speaks to that. And the recommendation report submitted to SAPS on cell inspections, we are still retaining the target at 2. And station lectures conducted, the target has been increased from 45 to 50. So we are still continuing with the station lectures, which is also one of our proactive initiatives. And on the last slide, Chairperson, the 4 indicators, the targets are retained at 90% for all these indicators. We can move to the next slide on program 3. Which is our last program, Legal Compliance, Information and Stakeholder Management. We have introduced one new indicator, the one that is highlighted in blue. And for the rest of the indicators, the only change is on number of research papers finalized. The target was increased to 2. And the new indicator that we have introduced, we are planning to produce 2 statistical reports. The first one will be on the 6 months performance related to cases that we registered, all our active cases, what has been investigated, and the status of all those cases, the referrals that were made, and the status thereof. Those are the changes under program 3. We can move to the next slide. We are now stepping into our responses, Chair, to the information that the committee has requested. On 1.A, which speaks to provincial resourcing, it has already been covered by the CFO on slide 7, table number 4. And in respect of training, we have provided the progress that we achieved in the 25-26 financial year through our collaboration with the 4 institutions which we have signed MOUs with, the ACFE, SIU, the NSG, and also SACITA. And we have 4 training interventions that we implemented. The first one is conduct internal investigation, followed by cyber law, fraud investigation, and firearm. We have also provided the number of investigators that were trained for each training intervention. And on the next slide, still on training, Chair, it's what we are planning to implement in the current financial year with the budget of 971,000. And we have 10 training interventions that are planned. The first one is basic investigation course, crime scene management, cyber forensic first responder, cyber law, firearm competency training, fraud investigation, procurement, and corruption. This is one of the training interventions which SIU is assisting in training our investigators in. And we also have professional statement taking and analysis, sexual offense, and sign language. And we have also provided the number of investigators that will be trained. And these training interventions are also informed by the personal development plans, which IPID investigators would have submitted when they submit their performance agreements. On the next slide, Chair, is the recruitment and filling of key vacancies. These are the vacant positions under our core program. This is the current status. Starting with the Western Cape, we have a total of 5 positions, 4 being investigator positions. This is our entry level, and we have 1 senior investigator. We have also provided the status, the recruitment status for all these positions. And Northwest, it's only 1, a senior investigator, the same with Limpopo and Free State. And for Gauteng, it's a provincial head, a position that is vacant. And in terms of the status, Chair, the recruitment process has been put on hold pending the approval of the structure because of the other processes that the department will be embarking on, which speaks to the regrouping of our provinces into 3 clusters. So with that process still being underway, we thought it will be prudent not to fill this position until that strategy has been implemented. And the next one on Mpumalanga is Deputy Provincial Head. The position, it's currently advertised. And we also have a position for Assistant Director in Investigations under Mpumalanga. And for KZN, it's Senior Investigator. Eastern Cape is Senior Investigator. And for Northern Cape, there are no vacant positions under the core program. Moving on to the next slide, we have just flagged, Chair, a few of our achievements, which speaks to the bursary policy that was reviewed to increase the bursary value. It was initially 8,000 rand per financial year, and it has been reviewed to 50% of the study costs per annum. And as a result, we have seen a huge increase of IPH employees who are now studying to develop themselves. And also the review of the structure, the CFO has already touched on it. I will not repeat. And also internal advertisement, we have reviewed our recruitment policy, which now enables the department to advertise lower position, vacant positions internally. And as a result, it has created an opportunity for our employees to be recognized, those that are competent, and that has increased staff morale. And we've been able to retain our staff and also create jobs for our interns, particularly for entry-level positions. And to date, Chairperson, this is not the performance only for the 25-26 financial years, but it also includes appointments from the previous financial years. We have a total of 38 interns that we're able to absorb as the department. And we are also sharing our criminal convictions weekly in our WhatsApp group to boost and to recognize the efforts and the hard work of our investigators. Also on employee health and wellness, group trauma interventions were conducted for investigators, and there were a number of programs that were undertaken. And lastly is the lifestyle audit, which I have already touched on. Moving on to the next slide on the key challenges is insufficient capacity to deal with complex matters. I think the CFO has also touched on this one, but what I can indicate is that the training and development of existing investigators, we are doing that. It's evident on the previous slides on training, on what we are intending to train our investigators on. And the second one is the high average case workload per investigator, which is currently at an average of 300. I've already spoken to the appointment of additional contract experience contract investigators, and over the MTF Chairperson, we are aiming to have at least 25 of these experienced investigators. And also the implementation of a regional model to group 3 provinces into 3 cluster provinces, and this will enable equitable distribution of our limited resources. And with respect to underspending of budget, it's already covered under slide 9, table 6. Moving on to the performance, we were requested to indicate if there were any under achievements. The core program has achieved all its indicators for the 25-26 financial year, with all 18 targets being achieved. And this is subject, Chairperson, to the audit, but currently this is what we have in our records, and we are still going to report back to the committee after the audit process has been concluded. I think what is significant here also is on the backlog that we finalized 3,950. We can move on to the next slide. Is still our performance for the core program, what was planned and what we have achieved. We can move to slide 28. On slide 28, Chair, these are the investigations that were completed, and we have included also our performance for the 24-25. And in terms of the intake, we have observed a decline, an overall decline of 4% on cases that were reported to IPIT. And as you recall in the previous slides, under our strategic plan, one of our outcomes is a deterrence of police criminality and misconduct complaints, and we are beginning to realize that decline as projected in this slide. And for the completion, we have also noted, Chairperson, as reflected here, that our completion rate is increasing. In 24-25, we completed 5,310, and in 25-26, we completed 5,567 cases, and this is inclusive of both new cases and our backlog cases. So what we were able to complete, it's above the number of cases that we registered in the year 2025-2026. And we can move to the next slide, which speaks to the convictions and cases on the court roll. With the departmental convictions, we have secured 277, which is lower than what we secured in 24-25, which was 313. For criminal convictions, there is an increase. We secured 84. When compared to 24-25, we're at 76. And for this 84 convictions, Chairperson, we have also 26 of this, which are GBV related matters. And for cases on the court roll, we still have 994 cases that are still on the court roll. And this covers your serious matters like your death as a result of police action, amongst other case classifications like your rape. And in the previous, which is 24-25, we're sitting at 1,078. In the next slide, this is just a breakdown of the matters that are still on the court roll, the breakdown of the 994 per case classification and also per province. What we can draw from this in terms of the provincial performance is that Gauteng and Western Cape, they are leading with having over 200 matters on the court roll, and they are followed by Free State, KZN, and Mpumalanga, who are having just over 100 of cases on the court roll. We can move to the next slide, which speaks to the challenges and interventions, the unintegrated case management system. We are already in progress with the development of the new case management system, which will be linked to the IJS. And we are also, the other benefit, Chair, of this new system is that IPID will own intellectual property, and this will ensure security of our information, and also will be able to report to our JCPS cluster stakeholders effectively. And the issue of insufficient footprint in provinces, yes, we are making strides in some of the provinces. The CFO has already mentioned the progress made in the Northern Cape. There are slides that are more specific for each province. And the third one, which speaks to our ICT environment, I think the CFO has also touched on this, which is part of our 9 key priorities, and the estimated cost for us to implement the identified interventions is estimated at 38.3 million. On the next slide, which is the last slide on challenges and interventions, it speaks to the available fleet in IPIT, and we know that our core mandate it requires extensive traveling, so the investigators rely heavily on the availability of vehicles that are safe for use, and we have demonstrated the state of our vehicles. We have 38 where they have exceeded the acceptable kilometer threshold in line with our transport policy. And we also have 10 that are due for disposal, and we have 63 that have exceeded the 5 years. They are older than 5 years. And we are estimating a cost of 25 million in order to replace these vehicles that are no longer safe for use by our investigators. This poses a risk to their safety. We can move to the next slide, which speaks to improved access to IPIT services. On this slide, Chairperson, we have already spoken about the identification of offices in different districts. I will not repeat. And on point number 2, this is the indicator under program 2 that I spoke to, project-based approach in rural areas. And these are the activities that we focus on when we visit those areas: investigation, cell inspections, station lectures, and community outreach. And also the establishment of a call center. It was launched on the 1st of August 2025, but currently it is operating with officials who have volunteered to assist until the permanent staff for the call center have been appointed, which will happen after the structure has been approved. And once that has been done, when we have permanent call center agents, the call center will then be able to operate 24 hours. But currently, Chairperson, the interim measure is that after hours, there is a recording system. And when they come to the office in the morning, they do go through the recordings and attend to those matters that would have been recorded. And our hotline has been integrated with this call center. On the next slides, Chair, we have reflected our provinces, the districts for each province, and the available offices currently, and also the offices that are still required to enable us to provide effective services to the communities. I will not go into detail, Chairperson, as I believe that the presentation has been read as it was shared earlier on in the week. And what I can also bring to the attention of the committee, the progress made in Gauteng and the significant changes with regards to the Heidelberg office, which we are currently in the process of replacing it with the Captain Park. We are trying to identify an office in area of Captain Park. And the Western area, where Chairperson, we have indicated ad hoc office. What it means is that the office is not fully operational. It's only utilized by the investigator when they are servicing those areas where they are able to conduct their administration, investigation administration activities. So I just wanted to explain that. And in the KZN, we have 3 offices, and we are still in the process of identifying 5. On the next slide. I was on the next slide, yes, KZN, and we can move to the next slide. It's Limpopo, on Limpopo and Mpumalanga Chair. On Thohoyandou under Limpopo, the office was closed in the 25-26 financial year due to OHS non-compliance issues, and we are in the process of identifying and a new office is still in Thohoyandou and another one in Sanin. And we have a new office in Modimolle that is fully operational. And in Mpumalanga, we have an office in Wheatbank. We had an office in Wheatbank, and it has also since been closed due to non-compliances with OHS. And we are in the process of identifying another office still in Wheatbank. Northern Cape, I will not repeat. The CFO has already touched on it. There's also a Kuruman where it's also an ad hoc arrangement. Northwest, we are still in a process of acquiring an office in the Kenneth Kaunda area. Western Cape, it's Boland and West Coast, where we are still going to identify offices. I think we are done with improved access of IPID services. On the next slide, we were requested to provide details on cases that we investigated in the 25-26 financial year. This is the total number of active cases that we had to investigate as IPID, and this is inclusive of the new matters that were registered, the 5.2 cases, and also cases that were carried over from 24-25 financial year. And the highest number is still assault with 12.2 thousand, followed by complaints of discharge of an official firearm with just below 3,000, and death as a result of police action at 1.8, and we also have torture at 1.3, and any other matters referred and misconduct. As I've said earlier, there is an increase on matters related to domestic violence. We had 489. Moving on to the next slide, which speaks to the cases that were completed. We completed 5,567, and out of this 3,950, which translate to 71%, were backlog cases. So there was a more attention given to our backlog cases, and we have finalized 5,567 cases, with Gauteng being the province that completed more, with 1,399, followed by Western Cape with just over 1,000, then KZN 619. With Free State 567, Eastern Cape 480, Mpumalanga 408, and Limpopo and the Northern Cape, they completed over 300 cases with
Ms.
the highest
Letape,
3. Then, yes, Chairperson?
be cautioned not to overlap to the members' time slot, because
Okay.
some of the information was additional information that we needed for members' clarity on issues of cases that are before you.
Okay, noted, Chairperson. Let me try to summarize the remaining and conclude my presentation. These are the number of cases that were carried over to the 2026-27 financial year. They were still active by the end of 25-26 financial year, and out of this 14,140, 13,375, they are backlog, and backlog cases are cases that are older than 90 days. since our service standard it's 90 days. So from this number 14,147.65, they were still within 90 days. We can move to the next slide on cases referred to the NPA. We referred a total of 2,080 cases to the NPA during the 25-26 financial year. And also what to note, Chairperson, on this number is that we refer all cases that we investigated where there is a suspect, and even on matters where criminality was not revealed during the investigation. And that will lead also to a significant number of nullo prosequi, because on some of those cases, criminality was not revealed during the investigation. Yes, I think that is key to note on this slide. We can move to the next slide on cases referred to SAPS. And we have provided a number of both positive and negative, which is 2,427 collectively on matters, recommendations that were referred to the NPA, to the SAPS, apologies. There is a breakdown on the other slide on the status, which we will speak to. On the next slide, we were requested to provide information on cases that were closed as undetected, and the total is 2,093. And the status of NPA referrals, we had 1,195 matters. We were still awaiting a response or a decision. And on 799, they declined to prosecute. On one matter, they recommended mediation. And on 74, they decided to prosecute, and 11 matters were withdrawn. And we have also included some of the reasons that were provided on matters that were withdrawn and prosecuted. On the next slide, which speaks to the SAPS level of compliance, we have provided the level of compliance from 2022 to 23, and there's been a fluctuation where we started at 52%, and there was a significant improvement to 97, and there was a decline to 96. And in the period 25-26, there was a further decline to 88%. But we have also included the other figures in bold that are bolded, which reflects a 89% level of compliance. And this is due to the fact that by the end of the financial year 2025-2026, we still had we had 49 matters that were referred to SAPS in the month of March. So they were not yet due for reporting, and we are in continuous engagement with SAPS, our business unit that is responsible for compliance monitoring. They are engaging with the relevant Office of Discipline in SAPS. And because from our side, Chairperson, even if SAPS, they can say they have initiated 100%, until we receive the evidence for all the 827 matters that were referred to them, we will only reflect the performance or the compliance on matters where the evidence has already been furnished to the department. So we are engaging with them. They are aware of the evidence, which cases are affected, and they had committed to submit the outstanding evidence to IPID. On the next slide, we have demonstrated the level of compliance for 25-26 per province, and also the status of the 827. It is just a breakdown of what the summary that I presented on slide 47. On the next slide, Chair, on the legislation to be introduced in 26-27, as IPID will not be introducing any new legislation, I've already spoken about the regulations that are still in progress. They are currently with the Office of the Chief State Law Advisor for legal scrutiny and possible certification. And upon certification, these regulations will be presented to the Portfolio Committee for noting 30 days before the implementation of these regulations. And we are anticipating that this will be done by the end of next month of June. Thank you, Chairperson. This brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you, Edith.
No, thank you, Chair. And of course, this brings our presentation to conclusion. I will not want to over-elaborate. I have noted that you are already pressed for time, so that at least to give an opportunity for engagement. Over to yourself, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Director Executive and your collective. I think with what have been brought before us, it's very helpful for the committee to engage on strategic APPs and as well the budget. We have noted reduction of backlogs as presented, digital transformation, implementation of recommendations from the Commission of Inquiry, and prioritization of corruption and GBVF vacancies with 8 months improvement based on what the public service is recommending. And as well, we acknowledge the issue of inclusion in terms of youth representation, and moreover, what the department have done of ensuring that the 38 interns are being appointed on an entry level, and that one is recommendable. And as young people of relatively young, we really appreciate the efforts that have been made. We acknowledge the 2% of persons with disabilities. However, I think now they are on 7%. There's more that needs to be done there. If the policy says 7% and you still on 2%, it's lack of compliance on there. So the department needs to do more in ensuring that they involve persons with disability. Inclusion of lifestyle audit is welcomed, and we really appreciate that at least there's progress on making sure that all employees are subjected to this lifestyle audit. We're noting challenges in respect of insufficient fund for CPFs. And as this collective, we always lament that if we want to deal with issues of policing, more especially on committee level and committee involvement, CPFs must be taken care of. So there's a need of more engagement with the National Treasury for both entities to ensure that we must have provision for CPFs to exist and to do their work in assisting us to do our work in terms of public service and community service. With that being said, now, members, I want to note your hands for clarity-seeking questions, and as well the comments and suggestions on issues that have been brought before us with regards to the APPs and budget by CSPS and IPIT. I'm noting there's a hands of Honorable Zulu, Honorable Gotzel, Honorable Machobeni, Honorable Onika, Honorable Mzamo. All right. These, okay, Honorable Offense and Honorable Gerik. Members, I hope on your side you will time yourself so that we are able to give any member to speak on the platform. Honorable Norway. Okay, those are members that have raised their hands. I'm not sure if there's a member who cannot raise his hand and would want to speak, because I won't be allowing any one speaking without raising the hand. Okay. Honorable Zulu, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Am I visible?
very visible and very smart. You can continue.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson Manani. So, Chair, with your permission, may I take down my video, please, due to network connectivity?
Permitted. You can continue.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, I will only speak to the to one presentation, which is IP, because they gave us their presentation on time. And I just wish to applaud them, Honorable Chair, for giving us their presentation on time. Keep it up, IPIT. CSPS, you are disempowering us, colleagues, as the committee. We know what one is, you know what one is talking about, because Chairperson, I think if I'm not making a mistake, on my side, I received their presentation this morning. I think it was 20 minutes before we can start with our meeting. With that being said, Honorable Chairperson, let me go straight to my questions. Then on budget and expansion, IPT states that the MTEF growth only covers CPI wage increments and contractual escalation. Which specific mandate areas will remain unfunded in 2026-27 financial year? And what is the expected impact on victims? What formal submission has IPT made to National Treasurer for the 538 million expansion strategy, and what response has Treasurer given? Why should Parliament accept APP targets that are not matched by the actual resources needed to investigate an expanded mandate? Again, Honorable Chairperson, to IPIT, what is the funded costed plan to add 25 experienced investigators over the MTEF, and in which provinces will they be placed? On backlog and case quality, how can IPT claim full achievement of core targets while carrying 14,140 active cases into 2026-27 financial year, including 13,375 backlog cases older than 90 days. On corruption, organized crime, and GBV and femicide, how many completed GBV and femicide investigation involving police officers resulted in convictions, departmental sanctions, or dismissal? Last but not least, Chairperson and members, what protection is available to complainants, witnesses, and whistleblowers in cases involving corrupt police networks? Those are my questions, Chairperson. Thank you so much for the opportunity given. Bye.
Thank you, Honorable Zulu. Don't buy, you are still in the meeting. We really appreciate your input and questions, and one would want to just indicate with regard to CSPS presentation, there was some misunderstanding between Buselwa and Keshwen. However, the CSPS have actually submitted on time. The fault it was on our side in terms of making sure that members have all the documents prior to the meeting. Honorable Kotza.
Good morning, Chair, and with your permission, I won't show my face. I'm still recovering from a chest infection.
You are permitted.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, just a few questions. First, for the CSPS. Regarding civil claims, I recently received a parliamentary reply about civil claims over the past 5 financial years. And in that, it is said that the claims registered for arrest and detention in 2024-2025 was 21 billion rand. Those are just claims registered for arrest and detention. And the claims registered for assault in 2024-2025 was 124 million. Now, compared to the amounts that has actually been paid over the past 5 financial years, from 2019 to 2025, the payments for arrests and detention were 2.6 billion rand, and the payment for assaults, 78 million rand. Now, these figures are not given in the APP, and I thought I would just put it on record here. But my question then is, if the civil claims continue to spiral into the billions as it has, despite years of studies by the Civilian Secretariat and their recommendations, then either the SAPS is ignoring the Civilian Secretariat, or the Civilian Secretariat oversight is not producing meaningful accountability. And so my question is, which one of those is it? I'm going to raise another issue, Chair, that I raised with the police budget last week, or the APP, and that's about rape kits. So in the APP for the Civilian Secretariat, they repeatedly identify that GBVF is a ministerial priority. The Domestic Violence Act compliance is a core oversight function, and that they're focused on victim support as a key outcome and monitoring police performance in GBV cases. But nowhere in the APP is there then any mention of rape kits or forensic collection kits or sexual assault evidence availability. Excuse me. So my question is, how does the Civilian Secretariat then claim to monitor SAP's compliance with GBV legislation while they're not monitoring whether stations possess the most basic evidence collection tools which are required for these investigations? And when 10 days ago I found a whole slew of FCS units right here in Cape Town who did not have one D7 rape kit for children and very few D1 rape kits for adults. And then my last question to the Civilian Secretariat is it's a process in the disciplinary code of 2016, a regulation 53DD, which is a hearing that must be held after a SAPS member has been found guilty of or convicted of a criminal offense. So the APP says that the police integrity is their priority, and police's conduct is monitored, and public trust must be restored. Yet, I have just uncovered last week that in the Western Cape, for the past almost 10 years, it appears that this regulation 53DD has not been implemented in many cases. This includes officers convicted of murder, business robbery, assault, several other very, very egregious convictions. And they are still just continuing their service at various police stations in the Western Cape. So if SAPS now, or SAPS's members remain employed for years after conviction, then I would like to know how the Civilian Secretariat's APP includes the assessments on police conduct and integrity and the assessment on the implementation of legislation, because very clearly this has not taken place in the Western Cape. So if they could maybe just answer whether they, as the Civilian Secretariat, has ever assessed compliance with Regulation 53DD in the Western Cape, when last they did that, and also in other provinces, what is the state of play? And then on the iPad presentation, just 3 questions, Chair. The Western Cape corruption figures, they seem quite low to me. The Western Cape's workload was 3,378 cases, but there were only 4 corruption cases. And if you compare that to Gauteng, KZN, and Mpumalanga, it seems incredibly low. So I would just like to know whether perhaps corruption here is underreported or underclassified, or whether that is indeed correct. My second question is about the NPA prosecution rate, which seems also very poor. 2,080 cases referred to the NPA. They prosecuted 74, declined 799, and they're awaiting a response in 1,195. So that means only 3.6% of the referred cases resulted in a decision to prosecute. So I'd like to know whether IPID has perhaps analyzed why such a tiny portion of referrals result in prosecution. I mean, one of these cases, they mentioned torture quite a lot, and one of these torture cases is about a barber who was tortured and assaulted by 3 police members here in Mowbray. And that case has now gone on for about 4 years in court, but the members themselves have been allocated to other stations, and 2 of them are doing duty at Paul Pops. So public order policing, people, I mean, these 2 officers are sent to public order policing when the charges against them are that they actually cannot control their anger. So I'm not sure how that works, and I'm not sure that that IPID is really taking these questions into consideration. And then the last question, Chair, is about the assault court trial in the Western Cape. They report 114 assault cases, which is the highest in the country, it seems. But there were only 10 criminal convictions, and only 44 departmental convictions. Now, if I can just ask, what explains the poor conversion of these investigations into criminal convictions? Or if they can indicate then whether this is a reflection of the fact that the Western Cape has not implemented the Regulation 53DD process for several years, as I spoke about earlier, which then leaves criminally convicted SAPS members to continue their service in the SAPS without any scrutiny. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kotso. Honorable Machobeni.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and everyone in the meeting. Chair, can I please switch off my video because it's raining where I am? With your permission, Chair.
You are permitted. You can continue.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, Chair, let me appreciate the presentation and also the efforts that is made by the department. As I'm listening, this department is underfunded, but 2026, 27, 28, 29 increase is 3.7%. The fact of the matter, Chairperson, we can't accept this department to be underfunded. My question under CSPS, he mentioned 2 provinces received more budget, which is KZN, I forget another province, but which one? I just want to understand what plans are in place for the Eastern Cape, considering the high level of killings and ongoing incidents in the province. As last week, the report made by the acting minister that Eastern Cape is number 1 in the killing to the whole country. And number 2, Chairperson, I just want to understand he mentioned the issue according to the job opportunities with this e-learnership. I just want to know which provinces have got opportunities, because we want to know in future the background, the breakdown, by which provinces get e-job opportunities. Under civil claims, I won't go there because Honorable Gotzel covers me. Number 3, you've mentioned CPFs, 40 who are not functional. You want to know what are the reasons for not functional, because they are the ones who serve to foster a relationship between police and local communities. And also, Chair, the last presenter mentioned the issue of offices. She mentioned the establishment of offices under Eastern Cape. She includes Gqeberha, BCM, and Makana. However, under the Amatole district, there is still limited information to her presentation available. Which specific area within Amatole will benefit? Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Majobeni. Honorable Gotzel and Majobeni, can you lower your hands? Honorable Offense?
Good morning, Chairperson. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, and I can see you. You look proper.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, I would also like to greet you and greet all the honorable members on the platform. Extend my greetings also to the Deputy Minister, Dr. Matale, as well as the leadership of the CSPS and IPET and all officials who are here with us. Good morning to your good selves. Chair, let me start. My first questions are going to the CSPS. You would know that in our meeting with the police last week, they did indicate the new concept that they're looking at, the community in blue. And I think it also touches on the issue that is long-standing on the delay of the CPFs. But I know that there is a policy that the CSPS is having, the community policing policy. I want to find out from the CSPS, how are they incorporating this concept of the police community in blue? Is it reflective in that policy? I haven't gone through it, but just maybe just to get a touch in terms of that and their view in terms of the concept of the community in blue, which is a concept that the police are now putting in place as well as to strengthen those relations with communities and community policing. And then the other important issue, Chairperson, the CSPS is raising this matter, and it's something that we know in terms of the police ratio between the population of the country and the police. Now they are recommending to the SAPS in terms of looking at other policing measures, such as incorporating technology in trying to close that gap. But I just want to find out from the CSPS, how can they maybe expand on what are some of those measures that they are trying to assist the police to address those
Please switch
issues?
off your video because we are losing you. Switch off.
Yes, so maybe just to expand on that issue in terms of us assisting the police in closing that gap. Chairperson, the other big thing is also we know that the trust that communities have lost in the police and the confidence in terms of our policing. From the CSPS side, how are they assisting the police to boost that trust between communities and the SAPS? It's very important because we know that the trust and the confidence levels are at an all-time low level. So it will be very assisting in terms of the work of the Secretariat of Police, in terms of how they're assisting the SAPS to boost those trust. And then, Chairperson, turning to IPET, I want to welcome the announcement that was made about the opening of the second office of the IPET in Kimberley. I mean, in Uppington, sorry. In the ZF district is asserting us that, when we put these issues before IPET, there is actually work done and they're able to report in terms of the progress. I note that the the second official, the lady, when she was speaking about the vacancy, she did indicate that from the Northern Cape, they are fine. But maybe just to reflect in terms of that IPIT office in Uppington, the staff establishment, can you just expand on that to say, Honorable Mukai, in that office, we've got how many, these are the people that are there, is the investigator, is there a clerk, is there office manager, just to get us a reflection. And I'm also committing that I will do an oversight visit at that Uppington office. And then, Chairperson, the other issue is that the strategy that the IPIT was employing to address the issue of our case backlog was to contract former detectives to come bring them on board and as investigators to try and resolve those issues of the backlog of cases. You would know that when the official was speaking there, some of these cases are dating back as far as 2012. And for me, Chairperson, that's is a great area of concern. We are now in 2026. You can just do the mathematics there. We can't be having cases for so long. Maybe just to get us to take this committee in your confidence in terms of the impact of this strategy, and what other ways are you looking at it to say, honorable members, this is what we are doing as IPIT, but this is the impact of the contracting of some of those former detectives and investigators moving forward, and what other alternatives are you guys going to put in place to address the Intoya Yama case backlog moving forward? And then the other aspect, Chairperson, the IPIT is also raising is that there's a challenge in terms of the low implementation of the recommendations of IPIT. Remember, IPIT will then produce their recommendation to SEPS to deal with those members who have had misconduct. But what is coming through a lot is that there is a low implementation of those recommendations. Some of these recommendations, there are concerns that disciplinary measures are not taking place. Sometimes the SEPS just ignores some of those recommendations. Some of them are just rejected or watered down from the SEPS side. And I think my colleague also spoke about some of those incidents in the Western Cape. Maybe just to find out from IPIT, what measures can we put in place to address that issue of the low implementation of your recommendations, and how will this be addressed in the current financial year and moving forward? Chairperson, my last bite, I'm taking my chances here, but I think this is an item that should have been maybe forwarded to the ministry in terms of the appointment of the executive director. We know that Ntate Bila is acting in that position as executive director of IPIT. Can we just be appraised, maybe from the DM side, in terms of the status for the appointment of a permanent executive director for IPIT? Chairperson, we speak always against these issues of acting. We can't have acting commissioner acting. Let us just try to make sure that we stabilize the leadership. And I would just like to get the reflection if there is a response on that. Honorable Mananiso, that will be my inputs and questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mukai. Honorable Billy, I've seen that your hand is down now. I'm not sure if you would want to speak or you are withdrawing.
It's still up, Chair.
It was okay. It was not up on my side. You can continue.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good stuff, and to the colleagues and the officials joining us. I'm going to try and summarize most of what I wanted to ask, because I think the colleagues have raised most of the questions. But I want to start by saying this, Chairperson. There is a case number that I just want to mention for the purpose of this meeting. And that is a case number 78/12/2025. It involves a police officer by the name of Ndlela, who is alleged to have shot someone in the area of Pongolo while under the influence of alcohol. And as the colleagues have said, I think Honorable Potsa, the officer was moved to a different police station. Until today, there hasn't really been much action or outcome out of that case. Now, having said that, Chairperson, I want to go to a recent response that I got from the National Prosecuting Authority through your good office, Chair, about the work of IPID in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. It was said that there were 56 cases that were referred to the NPA by IPID. Only 19 cases were received back by IPID with prosecutor decisions. 37 cases of outstanding decisions because of various reasons that include outstanding investigations that needed to be conducted by IPID. Now, this was for 2024, 2025. For 2025, 2026, there were 59 cases which were referred to the NPA. 12 cases were received back by IPID with prosecutor decisions. It has been noted that IPID has indicated that there is a total of 47 cases that have outstanding decisions for various reasons. Now, Chair, this response goes on to say that a list of the stations' case numbers were forwarded to the respective chief prosecutor. And it was found that most of the reasons for these 5 cases not to be finalized is mainly because of IPID. Now, my question, Chair, is I know that there is an issue of capacity. KZN has got 3 officers for IPID, one being in Mbangeni, one in Potchefstroom, one in Durban.
Now, Honorable Billy, we are just losing you there and then. Can you just be on a better position and continue?
Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes, I
Chairperson?
can hear you. There's something that is coming at the back of your background. I'm not sure what is it.
I can hear you, Chair. I can
Okay,
hear
you
you.
can continue. You can continue.
Yes, Chair. Now, I want to understand, Chairperson, what percentage of IPID recommendations over the past 3 financial years resulted in actual disciplinary action, criminal prosecution, or convictions? And what are the biggest institutional obstacles preventing consequence management with SAPS? The second question, Chair, is how many incidents involving the deaths of police action were recorded in KZN during the past financial year, and how many were finalized by IPID? And I'm asking this because it does seem like there is a challenge. Perhaps we can use this opportunity to understand from IPID the issue of capacity, the issue of investigators. The case that I mentioned first, you would think that if there were witnesses, then that case would have been finalized. And then the last issue I just want to touch on, Chair, is on the issue of the private security industry, which is an issue that I've also raised recently. And I think this is mainly for the CSPS to answer. I want to understand what concrete policy reforms is the Secretariat pursuing to address what I think is weak oversight, is inconsistent enforcement, and the growth of unregistered private security operations, particularly in the province like KwaZulu-Natal. This has been a huge issue, and I think it's something that perhaps we can just get an indication from. Chairperson, I think the time is not really helpful, so I would leave it there perhaps for another different opportunity to engage further on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Billy. Honorable Gerik.
Yeah, Chair, good morning, and good morning to the Deputy Minister, IPID, CSPS, and then also the colleagues. I'm going to ask your indulgence to keep my camera off, Chairperson. I'm in an area where the reception is very bad, if you permit. Chairperson, I'm going to be very... Thank you very much indeed. I'm going to be very brief today because, and I say this with all humility and respect, there's little new in what we've heard today in comparison to last year. and also with regard to the budgets allocated. But to the civilian secretary, I want to ask just one question. And this with regard to the offices in the Western Cape. Where do we find your offices? And where can the public have access to your offices? I've asked this question last year, and I don't think I got an answer, but I am in the Garden Route area in the Eden District in the Southern Cape. And we have 7 municipalities here under the Garden Route District Municipality. And we are almost approximately 700,000 people. Now, if we don't have an office for the civilian secretariat, and we must always go to the cities, it's costly, and people don't have access to the internet and so on. Just keep that in mind. It's 700 people in the Southern Cape that do not. And by the way, I'm all over here for the past 15 years. I'm serving in public office. And I don't know about an office of the civilian secretariat in this part of the world. So I would like to have an answer on that one. On the iPad presentation, Chairperson, thank you to the presenters. Slight improvement in some of the issues that we've discussed last year. But one question I have is it's in the news all the time, and it's in the social media all the time. There are allegations that a certain person has hijacked the administrative system of SAPS. And apparently this person is overseas, and each time when SAPS needs services like fingerprints or criminal records or what have you, they first have to punch in a code, and these guys have contracted those services to SAPS, and SAPS must pay them for the services on the ICT side. I want to understand whether IPAD knows about this, whether they have initiated some kind of investigation into these allegations, because these are serious allegations. They say, the media reports consistently say that these services have been outsourced to this one guy for 50 billion rand. It's no secret anymore. So what do we know about it, and how do we go about it? And then on the iPad, secondly, Chairperson, I don't know, I was breaking up, but I don't know if it's Civilian Secretary's iPad, but we want to commend you on the support for the policing forums and community forums, where the EFF has constantly effectively asked for support for those people, because they offer and sacrifice their lives. And then lastly, Chairperson, with regard to the budgets, we note the budget remains stable all the time. Most probably there will be slight increases next year and the year after next year. But in a country where we have such a lot of corruption and maladministration, nepotism and all these type of things, a person should think that government would be serious to reinforce a department like IPAD, to get to grips and to bring to book the corruptees within the police service. But yet the budgets remain the same, and it will be business as usual as last year and as the year before last. It means that if the budgets do not increase, there can be no new appointments, there can be no new expertise imported, and business will be as usual, as I said. And it brings us to the point, a big question mark, that we ask, the EFF is asking, is government serious to stamp out corruption and crime within the police? We see our generals are appearing in court, our commanding officers are appearing in court, and certainly when IPAD have to take up these cases and investigate, they will need expert advice and expert investigators, and for that they need money and resources, Chairperson. It is a gross concern to the EFF, and this pattern will continue unless there's enough money in the budget and there's enough resources and manpower to capture all this corruption. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Kherik. It will be interesting to hear you when we pass the budget. Honorable Nonkonyane.
Chairperson and honorable members, good afternoon. And I think for the first and foremost, I must follow you and all the colleagues who have received warmly the report of the delegation led ably by our Deputy Minister Mutale. And I thank them all for having presented the report. Mine questions of clarity, therefore, is few. I've read through, Chair, the presentations, particularly that which relates to the Civil Secretariat of the Police Service. And many pages. If you don't understand them, you might think that that is a strategic whatever of the police department itself. And therefore, to me, it became clear as mud what really is the core function of the Civil Secretariat. Because Civil Secretariat that we know is a creature of statute, and they derive their mandate and powers and functions in terms of that Act of 2011, as we know. And of course, function under the direction of the Minister for Police Services. And understanding, therefore, is the issue of overseeing of the police service, is my understanding. And two, of course, to provide the advice on policy and strategic direction to the minister. And again, the administrative support on international obligations. And I can't get clear from their APPs exactly what they are going to do this financial year. I heard the presenter telling us that there are indicators, and I have read that indeed there are indicators, but what would be important to me as a parliamentarian is to know what they are going to do when. And do they have the money to do that so that I can hold them into account? And I would love them just to come clearly. If I was using my vernacular language, I would love them to come bameze, and then so that I clearly understand, because I think this select committee is determined to really support them to make sure that they deliver what they need to deliver. And in so doing, so that we know what is the responsibility of the National Commissioner of Police, who is the head of the administration, and what is their role, so that we're not going to be confused in between. We understand the IPIT mandate is quite clear. And so in terms of the organogram, as I can see, they are sort of next to the minister and have a relation with the head of the administration, the national commissioner. Yet they are bound to get money that is accounted for by the head of the department in terms of PFMA, yet they must also oversee all of them. And in so doing, if they can just, I'm belaboring this point, which has been raised by my colleague, whether they are able and fit to really perform their oversight on especially the civilian secretariat. And that is all I would like. Yeah, then the last thing, Chair, is the question of the implementation of the Domestic Violence Act, which is also as I understand, part of their mandate. If they could come up clearly, what strategy they will have, is it policy side or actual implementation side? I know they indicated that they want to interact with the with people, which is quite correct. But what is their strategy to really deal with this menace of society that has been declared by our president of the country as number one enemy, this GBVF issue? Thank you, Chair. These are the two, I hope I've made it clear, crystal clear. These are two issues that I'm raising just for clarity so that the DM and the team can just clarify us. Thank you so much, Chair, for the opportunity. I'm done.
Thank you, Honorable Nonkonyane, and honorable members for your inputs and clarity-seeking questions. And I hope when the entities respond, they would be able to indicate which one can they make a written submissions, more especially those ones that wants details. However, from my side, one would want just to note that on your responsive interventions, this is for CSPS, can we just get specific timeframes, perhaps, in terms of responses on when and how are you going to ensure that you achieve your responsive intervention? Because members are noting many issues with regards to incapacitation in your institution. So perhaps if we can get specific timeframes, we would be able to get sense that indeed you would be able to achieve what you have presented before us. But the other thing that one would want to just indicate, it's with regards to what has been raised by Honorable Gerrit previously when we met with SAPS, the issue of transformation. When you present to us on matters of interventions, more especially on capacity building programs, both entities, please ensure that you give us detailed demographics so that we follow through, that we don't leave any other race behind in terms of inclusion. So can we have a written submission on all the details, more especially IPIT, on your reskilling programs and capacity building program, more especially on investigations, capacity building programs? Can we have details on whether is Jane, Black, you know, those issues? They would be greatly assisting us as the select committee to ensure that we achieve our what we want to drive as an agenda. But on matters of ICT, we really commend the work that entities are doing, because we know and we believe that digitalization and automation would be able to enhance the work that has been done by those behind those desks to ensure that we respond in speed on the work that we are doing. And the other thing that one needs an indication on, as Honorable Ntobeni could have said, these internships, where do you call for applications, or do you go on the Yes Presidential Program and tap there, or you have your own recruitment drive? And perhaps let us have as well clearer picture on those 38 internships. Where are they coming from? So that we see that you are very inclusive on all the areas, because we know at times most of the such opportunities, when they are done, there's corruption that is happening, nepotism and other things. So we would want to check on this 38 if there's no nepotism or any unethical conduct that could have transpired while you were entering these people on the system on an entry position. But we really commend the work that has been done by your good selves. That's it from my side, and I hope that entities will indicate where they would make submissions in written responses, and we're giving you 14 days of those particular submissions. Over to you, CSPS, and then after it will be IPIT, then the Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. I hope I'm now audible, Chair.
You are audible and the visual is not nice. You can switch your video off.
Thanks, Chair. I thought I maybe done some. Chair, in relation to your questions, maybe let me start there. We will provide our employment demographics per category, per levels. That will include our learnerships in both categories. Those that are in the learnership on the job kind of training, those that requires learnership to complete their degrees, as well as the learnerships that is sourced not from universities. And where do we get the funding? Some of the funding comes from our skills program funding. So we'll provide that in details. In relation to our responsiveness on interventions, what we normally do, Chair, for instance, when we go to community engagements, whether the community engagement is it's by ministry, both ministers or deputy ministers, we develop a response plan, and that response plan is also submitted to not only JCPS or the police, but it's also submitted to other departments that may not necessarily be in the JCPS, but have a role to play. For instance, around issues or complaints on DVA implementation, you will find that there is issues that involves NPA in relation to case management. We then submit those to NPA or Department of Justice. There may be issues around social development in terms of psychosocial services, and we submit those. And then we make a follow-up. We do follow-ups in terms of implementation with what we call a committee that were formed between ourselves and provinces, where these reports in terms of the implementation or follow-ups are being made. And then we then make a final report at the end of each financial year that also covers those areas. And these reports are available. The issues that are raised by Honorable Nonkonyane, Chair, yes, in relation to DVA, what strategy it's there? We're using the Domestic Violence Act as our anchor on the implementation of DVA cases. We do oversight both at administrative as well as substantive compliance. All the gaps that are identified are documented in a report, and that report is submitted to Department of Police. A gap that we have identified across the board is the implementation of the recommendations that we make. Honorable Nonkonyane is correct to say that our mandate is legislative. We are creator of statute. We can't do anything else outside the law. Otherwise, we will be our actions may be reviewed as unlawful if we do that. So the law limits us that whatever recommendations we've made are recommendations, and they are just that. We cannot do anything if, for instance, the South African Police Service decide they're not going to implement a particular recommendations. There is no obligation on them to even give reasons why that recommendation is not implemented. But what we have then done, we've identified that this is a gap. Hence, we're doing two processes. One, there is a provision now currently in the SAPS amendment bill, which at least forces the National Commissioner to give reasons if a particular recommendation is not going to be implemented. Secondly, the review of CSPS Act, the one of 2011, is currently underway. We are at an initial stage of reviewing. We are consulting provinces. We've done 4 provinces at the moment. We have identified that we just need to do 1 more provinces because the inputs from provinces are almost at the same. Therefore, we'll just embark on the drafting of what we think should be the proposal for Parliament to consider to review the legislation. But Chair, we've formed 2 committees. What we have done, we did not just sit and say because our recommendations are not implemented, therefore we sit and not do anything. What we have done, we've compiled a report of all the recommendations that we've been making for the past 3 years. And we have formed 2 committees that are monitoring the implementation of recommendations. One is a technical committee, which is headed by ourselves, but SAPS sits, and SAPS have appointed General Rabi to be our contact point at a technical level. And we're seeing a little bit of improvement for the past financial year in terms of implementation. We've even disaggregated the recommendations. Those that are station level recommendations, we've forwarded all of them to the stations for their consideration and implementation. And that committee meets on quarterly basis and tracks those recommendations. The second committee we have created is the Committee of Heads of Entities, which is chaired by myself and the National Commissioner and the Executive Director of IPIT, together with the CEO of CIRA, sits in that committee, where the technical committee will now start reporting on us. The committee is new. We have just had our inaugural meeting in the last quarter. And we have agreed on the terms of reference, which were now adopted. So we will start seeing this committee to sit so that at least the National Commissioner is aware of all the recommendations that we've made, either recommendations from IPID or from ourselves, which requires implementation. I cannot emphasize more, Chair, the issue of under budget, because in all honesty, Chair, even what we see in Madlanga Commission, some of the issues, if we had strengthened the oversight, we could probably will have arrested them before they even become problematic issues, if our oversight is strengthened. And that is why we have taken a big initiative to say the recommendations that are going to come, we will implement them without a delay, because one of the term of reference of the Madlanga Commission is whether or not oversight on the police is effective, and if not, what are the measures? So we are waiting with eager in terms of those recommendations. Chair, the policy positions to address or there are issues that are raised by Honorable Kharek, we will give details. What the law enjoins us, Chair, we have the National Office of Civilian Secretariat for Police, but the law creates what we call Provincial Secretariat, which is headed by the Provincial Secretary, which must work hand in hand with the National Office. We have moved a great deal to strengthen our relationship and our planning. So our planning is now jointly, hence there is synergy between the provincial plans and so forth. But you could see on the slides, in particular slide 30, that we still have a huge gap on the capacitation of the provincial secretariat. And so forth, to be able to deal with. So one of the issues we're raising is that MECs for community safety needs to start taking civilian secretariat in provinces very seriously, including issues of capacitation. Chair, the policy position to address to deal with crime across the country. We've got various policy positions, and we will be happy to submit in writing all our policy position, including legislative. We are now, because it's correct that the regulation of SIRA requires strengthening. Hence, you will have seen in our legislative program that the amendment of the SIRA Act is one of the priority to deal primarily with two issues: strengthening of the regulations around the security industry, but secondly, to deal with the governance issues of SIRA itself, to strengthen that particular governance issues. To give example, how do we strengthen the council, which is the highest governance structure on policy positions in relation to SIRA. So that we are dealing with the appointment of the ED. If the committee will recall, even the presentation from IPIT, it did indicate that there was changes in the legislation. So we needed to align the appointment of the ED with a new legislation, which that particular section, which is section 7 of IPIT, do not require regulations. So that process is in place. We have done the evaluation of the new post. We have consulted with the Minister of Finance because it required consultation. We're just waiting for his concurrence. We are consulting with DPSA and waiting for the concurrence of DPSA. We were then requested to get concurrence from the Portfolio Committee on Police in relation to the extension of acting, as well as the process for the appointment of the head of IPIT. That concurrence has now come. The request to now fill that position it's in the ministry, and we have just forwarded it in the last week, and we are hoping that once that approval is obtained, we will then minister will then go ahead with the process of recruiting IPIT. We think the trust issues, Chair, are in twofold. One, the governance of SAPS as an organization needs to be above reproach, so that communities can see that we have an organization which is credible. So the reset objective by the minister will assist in this regard in terms of strengthening the governance system. But we think in terms of the national policing policy, which empowers the civilian secretariat to set standards, and amongst others are standards relating to how recruitment happens within the South African Police Service, not only at the highest level, but also at the entrance, at the entry level. To this end, we are busy compiling the implementation plan in relation to that. But the minister has said we must implement with immediate effect the issue of NPAC, which NPAC will sit in the civilian secretariat to ensure that these standards are compiled and the regulation in relation to recruitment are also dealt with. That process is underway, and Minister has even announced last week who will chair the NPAC, and the other members of the NPAC are still a source. But engagement with communities on the performance of police stations is very critical. We have isolated about 140 police stations, which are going to be a priority police station in this financial year. And we are going to hold not only provincial commissioners or national commissioners accountable, but station commanders at 2 levels: intervention plan to reduce crime, which will include issues around governance of that particular police station. Because if the police station is not rooted in the community, or there are problems in that particular police stations, we will not be able to reduce crime. So the issues of trust within the community is also symbiotic between communities and policy, which will assist in dealing with crime issues. What are we doing to assist the police in enhancing technology? We have developed, Chair, what we call e-policing policy. That policy, we are monitoring the implementation of it. SAPS have developed in their APP what they will do in terms of enhancing technology. And we'll just monitor whether what they have said they're going to do in enhancing technology, which will include issues of drone, issues of body cams, issues of CCTV cameras, and so forth and so forth. All those things will be monitored in terms of moving forward. The policy in terms of policing policy, as well as the amendment on SAPS amendment bill, deals with community policing, and issues of neighborhood watches and so forth are covered in that policy. What was not covered in the policy was issues around Gauteng and Mpumalanga, Amapanyapanya and Mpumalanga, we don't know the name, but that have since been resolved through the engagement and with RTMC led by our minister, and the resolution in terms of regularizing those are found. Therefore, any future recruitment around community policing will have to be within the policy positions of government and so forth. So that is taken care of. In the Eastern Cape, Chair, okay, the functionality of CPFs in the Eastern Cape, as raised by Honorable Machobeni, we will give a detailed report in relation to the reasons for non-functionality, because they vary from one station to another, be it political interferences in the work of the CPF, the criminality, the infiltration of CPFs and so forth. So they vary from one station to another. So we'll give a detailed report around the reasons, therefore, including we will then liaise with the province so that they could give us the numbers on their learnership programs so that we could give those details as well. But learnership programs at the national office, those we will give, as I've said. We have signed a cooperation agreement as part of force multipliers and ICVPS implementation in the Eastern Cape and so forth. We are monitoring the implementation of the cooperation agreement. But there are challenges, I must say, in the implementation of the cooperation agreements in the Eastern Cape, and we'll detail those challenges. We are intervening on a regular basis to assist in the dealing with those challenges in the Eastern Cape. Amongst others, it's non-cooperation of other departments that must play a role, as well as the metros or the municipalities around that area. And so forth. And these challenges are more prevalent in the Eastern Cape, as well as to a particular extent Western Cape and so forth. So we will deal with that. Issues around civil claims, we will provide. Yes, we have not put figures in our APP, and we don't think we should do so because those figures must be put in the APP of SAPS. But we have made recommendations on how SAPS must work to reduce civil claims, because when you look at their contingent liability, it's very high, including the amount paid. I think in the last financial year, they've paid about around 600 million in settling civil claims. We think that is still very high. And we have made those recommendations, and we'll continue to monitor how they are implementing those recommendations, including issues of training, Chair, because when you look at unlawful arrest, we think the basis or the findings of the report, the basis are in relation to training and how professionally are we handling issues of arrest vis-a-vis what the Constitution provides in relation to the rights of accused persons and so forth, and the balancing act thereof. So those are the things that we are dealing with, but we will give detailed report in relation to what interventions we have recommended as well. The issue around kids, I will ask Ms. Mahlangu to talk to the issue of around rape kits. Correctly so, the distribution of rape kits of kids to provinces is at 100% in terms of the findings of our of our evaluations, as well as the findings in relation to the work of the DNA board. But the challenge is the distribution from provinces to police stations and the management thereof. But we'll give details in relation to that one. The issues around officers that have been convicted and are still in the service, we will look into this matter, Chair. But what we will not do is to interfere in the disciplinary process. Because if you interfere, the disciplinary process are a process that is quasi-judicial. There may be people that are convicted, but the presiding officer decides not to expel that particular person and give an alternate sentence. So once that has happened, it becomes the prerogative of the national commissioner, who is the accounting officer, whether to agree or not to agree with that particular judgment. We can say we are not satisfied, or we are satisfied with what ultimately the national commissioner would have decided, but we cannot interfere with that particular process. And once that decision is being taken, the decision is being taken, irrespective of what our recommendations will have said. The issues around improving budgets in the Western Cape, in the Eastern Cape, I mean to say, Chair, we are in continuous engagement on this one, because it's not just the Eastern Cape. If you look at the Northern Cape is the least funded of all, even in terms of the structure, is the least structured province of civilian secretariat. And we think MECs of community safety must start taking a civilian secretariat in provinces very seriously to be able to deal with these issues. Can I ask, Chair, with your permission, Mema Hlangu to deal with the issues around DVA, and then I will hand over back to you after her.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sibue. Mama Hlangu. And please note, members are preparing for a house, ne? If there are issues that you would make submissions within 14 days, please indicate.
Good afternoon,
Okay,
Honorable Chair.
Oh, she's here. Thanks, Chair. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, as well as honorable members, honorable Deputy Minister.
Afternoon protocol, can we just see you, then you can switch off, then continue?
Am I visible, Honorable Chair?
Yes, you are. You can switch off, then continue. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. Honorable Chair, as the DG has indicated, as part of our regular monitoring, we monitor the availability of data collection kits at various provinces. And as he has indicated, what we have found is that there is monitoring of stock levels at national level. However, the challenge is now the distribution from provinces to the stations, and we are currently embarking on an exercise to determine where the actual challenge is with regard to the distribution, and a report will then be developed once the exercise has been concluded, and we will make recommendations to the SAPS with regard to how best to be able to deal with that particular challenge. Our focus is mainly at the FCS units, as well as the police stations that are serving those particular, or that are served by the particular FCS units. And we also look at the provisioning stores that are at the provincial level, and we look at the distribution process. As indicated, we will have a report that will detail exactly where the challenge is, and we will propose how the challenge can be dealt with. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, CSPS. I think we are fully covered by your input and Mr. Sibui. Now we can get to the IPIT.
No, thank you once more, Chair. I will start with questions from Honorable Zulu. The first question had to do with backlog, to say you still have a lot of backlog despite claiming to be succeeding. Yes, I think you are very correct, Honorable Zulu, that we are not yet where we want to be in terms of dealing with backlog. But there are positives, and that can be demonstrated by us having received 5,310 cases and completed 5,567, meaning that we have completed more than our intake. And that is a turning point, because within the previous 5 financial years, this is for the first time. So we are on the good trajectory. So we concur with yourself to say we need to do more. Then in relation to GBV matters, I can safely say that the criminal convictions which we have presented today, which are sitting at 84, moving from 76 in 2024-25, which is an increase of some kind, represent 26 cases of murder wherein we have secured criminal conviction, and 9 matters which are of rape in number. And that is, of course, we're not celebrating when we have a criminal conviction on murder and rape, but we have to do what we have to do. So there is an improvement, but we can also add in terms of a breakdown on how many matters on the court roll in line with GBV and so forth and so forth. We can do written submission in that regard. You also asked the Honorable Zulu about witness protection, to see what mechanism do we have in place as IP. So, like we have always indicated, that once we have a witness in a criminal matter, that witness is no longer a witness of IP, it's a witness of the state. And that is where in NPA, through witness protection policy, come in and ensure that such witnesses are protected. But we work hand in glove with the NPA, because inherently the docket will be the docket which will be coming from ourselves as IP. And I would like to believe that that is the mechanism, even if it is a docket of ACPS or any other investigative body. Then there is a question of budget and CPI. The CFO will deal with that. Then Honorable Khotsil asked about corruption figures, which are perceived to be low. And of course, in comparative terms, when you look into other classification compared to corruption throughout the provinces, of course, they are very low. This could be as a result of Section 28, subsection 1, subparagraph G, which is corruption matters within our Act, not making it mandatory for individuals, or rather police, to report these matters to us. You might find that they are located within IDEC and DPCI and so forth. But in line with the new regulation, it will become mandatory to report corruption matters to IP. We're, of course, finalizing the processes of regulation. So that has to do with that in the main. Mr. Kfelaka will deal with 114 assault common from Honorable Khotse. I now move to Honorable Machobin in relation to your plea that we establish an office at Ematole district. Yes, we'll do analysis in terms of case intake, and of course, once you raise it, like the CFO has indicated, well addressing the question around Northern Cape, which emanated from the previous meeting. We have noted that Ematole district require an office. Then we will definitely give you feedback in terms of progress in ensuring that we secure such an office in line with the DDM model. Then question 4 came from Honorable Mugai. We wanted to know specifically, Honorable, as to how many officers or investigators are allocated to the new office. Then we can provide that in writing. And you also wanted to know whether contract workers are yielding any positive outcome insofar as reduction of backlog is concerned. And of course, your question, Honorable, is linked to Honorable Zulu's question, which I've already responded to say, yes, we are not yet where we want to be, but at least there is a light in at the end of the tunnel, because after a very long time that we are able to now complete cases more than our intake. And even if you are not doing such a comparative analysis of intake and completion, you look into completion as a raw figure, the completion rate is going up. So meaning that scientifically, we can demonstrate that there is an improvement. Law implementation of recommendation by SAPS, the Director General has covered this area in that, of course, we sit in the structure wherein is chairing with both the National Commissioner and myself attending together with the CEO of deliberate on those matters. And of course, inherently, you will remember, Honorable Mukai, that as a statutory arrangement, there is a consultative forum, but we took a solid hard line to say, consultative forum does not assist in us addressing the issue of dealing with this, the problem of recommendation, because inherently you will find that it is ED and DG civilian sitting there, but the National Commissioner is not there. But this new structure encompasses and embraces all and sundry, and we're able to deal with those matters from that perspective. So there was specific questions in relation to figures from Honorable Billy, in line with our matters referred to NPA for decision, and with less positive outcome, if you call the preference of prosecution as a positive. Like Melly Tlape has indicated earlier on, that we take all our matters for decision, even wherein you find that a person, a complainant was being arrested, and then now was handcuffed. Now he complains to say he has been assaulted, emanating from handcuff process. We don't decide ourselves. We take those matters for decision. I remember on record, there was a certain complainant, just to demonstrate, Honorable Chair, there was, during COVID, there was somebody who was drinking outside the house, and the police directed that to go back to the house. He said, no, there's nothing you can do. I'll call the police.
Mr. Billy, we can't hear you.
We received
Mr. Billy, are you done?
complaint.
We lost you.
I'm still here. I'm still here. So, yes, there was a question from Honorable Harike about a specific individual who is hijacking the administration of SAPS. I cannot confirm or refute on the public platform whether we are aware of such a case, but we have noted your concern. And I will hand over to the Chief Finance Officer, who will be followed by Mr. Kifelakai. And then I will no longer come back, then, of course, either to yourself or Deputy Minister. Thank you.
No, thank you, Dr. Bila, and thanks again, Chair and honorable members. I will just deal with 3 questions that were posed by Honorable Zulu. One is on the impact of resource constraints to the victims and complainants. There is an impact. As a result, we do present the backlog cases mainly because of the shortage on our personnel to deal with the workload. However, we continue to conduct an extensive analysis to make sure that our budget is reprioritized to accommodate the core functions. Hence, the picture that I've portrayed earlier on, it shows that in terms of the allocation, it shows that 64% of our total budget allocation is in the core functions. In monetary value is around 284 million, just to make sure that we continue to receive and address cases from various areas of our communities. So we will continue to prioritize our core functions and make sure that victims and complainants are taken care of. The second question was about the expansion strategy on what is the response from National Treasury. Honorable Zulu, we do present our expansion strategy as part of our budget input submission to National Treasury on a yearly basis. But as committee members will agree that our allocation is based on economic performance of the country, whatever that is allocated to the department, we do accept, reprioritize, and make sure that key areas are accommodated within such allocation. But I can confirm that expansion strategy is one of our inputs that we present to Treasury on annual basis. And then the last question was how much do we have for contract workers, in particular retired detective? We have made provision of 9 million for a period of 26 MTEF to accommodate contract workers or retired detective. And we will continue to review this number each and every time during the budget process to make sure that where there is a need, we increase it, particularly where there is additional resources. Those are the three questions. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you from IPIT. I would now hand over to the DM for closing remarks before I can do my final remarks. Over to you, DM.
Thank you, Chair, and members for the opportunity and for the engagement with ourselves. We appreciate this opportunity and the input that you have given us. We have taken note of the concerns that you have raised. Of course, some of your concern are our concern. We will follow up and ensure that the post of the executive director get resolved because indeed it's quite a while since Mentatseng left. We should have resolved this matter by now. So we share your sentiments, and we will make sure that we follow up in the ministry to ensure that the adverts are out and the process gets concluded. It's always better when you have the full complement of the House, not having people acting for a very, very long time. It's not good for any institution. So we know that, and all the issues that you have raised and the response that came. I should apologize to you, Honorable Zulu, and the members for the lateness in which you received the Civilian Secretariat report. It was not intentional. We felt we must respond appropriately and adequately to the requests that were made. And that is what delayed us, but it's not an excuse at the same time. We should have done the first draft incorporating everything even before we got that correspondence from the office of the NCOP. But we really apologize. But otherwise, we appreciate the questions and the engagement. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, DM. On the issue of submission of presentation, I think I've clarified the matter to Honorable Zulu. It was not the fault of the CSPS. It was on our side. But we really appreciate your commitment in terms of adhering to the questions and clarity raised by members to ensure that we better our services in a public service. We note that most of the members raised issues on civil claims in CSPS and needs to be addressed. And we really appreciate the commitment by Mr. Sibui on his address and indication that there's a new forum that has been established to ensure that they deal with these matters. We need better and improved monitoring of GBVF at police stations. And I think all of us, we agree that there's a need of finding a better way of dealing with these rape kids. Because as I indicated last time when we met with SARS, some of these rape kids, they are not in police stations, they are in clinics. So there's a need of clarity in terms of the data on where these rape kids are kept in different provinces, so that at least we can then get to finality of getting to know that we do have or we don't have, as some of the members think that we don't have in other areas. We need a breakdown as well on the learnerships for each province so that we are able to see that the recruitment is inclusive of everybody and it's fair. The Secretariat should focus on boosting the confidence and trust in the police. We note progress of the office in the Northern Cape, and I think Honorable Mukai is very happy. This would be one of his motions and submissions or one of the debates to show that he has actually lobbied and advocated for these offices. We further note the backlog of cases, and we hope that with all your interventions that you are trying to put in place to deal with these matters in quarter basis or via your WhatsApp groups, you would be able to achieve the proper outcomes. Low implementations of recommendations, we are noting it as a concern because of its recurring. But lastly, IPIT is encouraged to stabilize the leadership by making a permanent appointment in respect of the executive director. However, we noting that the presentation that has come before us in terms of the CSPS, we are being taken in confidence in terms of decentralization of services, the inclusion of DDM plans and IDPs being part of the ICVP, as it's really one of the things that we are actually acknowledging that indeed your plans are community-centric in terms of dealing with services that are before us as subs, to ensure that we create a conducive and better environment for our men and women in blue. Moreover, what Honorable Mukai could have said in terms of the men in blue and women in blue, that content, it's actually growing to those more especially who are involved in community policing. However, this is the space where we need to create awareness on that particular concept, and how do we identify such, and to ensure that people get to know those who are for and against. Because we know with this AI, everybody can just pretend as if they are part of us in terms of ensuring that we create safer spaces, while we know that they are contradicting the law. With that being said, we want to appreciate the work and efforts that has been made to make this meeting to materialize and to be a success. I want to thank you, all honorable members, and IPIT and the collective, and CSPS and the collective, for your continued responsive participation, and the meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, Chair, thank you to our officials also. Thank you very much.
Okay, but they heard you, Eric. We'll be waiting for you to just support the budget.
Yeah, you must check, you must check, you must check.
Yeah, you must, you and Zulu, you must support the budget.
Forget about that.
We will not support. We will not support the GNU. We will not support. Not that colonials. Stop, stop, stop.